Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Everyone. Domineering Druid, the Queen asks me to calm down. Chapter 41. At first, the whole sky flickered. Then, it was like a thunderstorm, with strong light flashing over and over again. When the light was strong, the whole trial world seemed to have entered a black and white world. The flash lasted for 10 seconds and then disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a column of air burst out from the 5 refresh points of the trial world. Along with the column of air, there was also the roar of the monsters. A new boss has been spawned. After the series of roars, the monsters that were originally in chaos outside the camp began to gather again. Seeing the column of air and hearing the roar, the eyes of those professionals at the top of the scoreboard also lit up. Lii Ping suddenly walked in front of Chen Yu and stared at Chen Yu. Your auxiliary ability is indeed very strong. But in the battle, it still depends on the main profession like us. I recognize your ability to get so many points with auxiliary ability, but next, it's my time. The first place in the trial will definitely be mine. After leaving these few words, Lii Ping turned back to the two-legged dragon. He actually mistakenly thought that Chen Yu's previous accumulation of more than 5,000 points was obtained by assisting. After all, he could not find any other explanation for such an amazing assisting effect. Chaola did not speak and followed Lii Ping onto the dragon's back. As the twin stars of Nanda, he must be with Lii Ping to perform without any scruples. He vaguely felt that something was wrong with Lii Ping's inference. But he could not figure out the reason for a while, so he simply ignored it. The flying dragon spread its wings and flew into the sky, flying towards a column of smoke in the distance. If Lii Ping could get rid of the newly appeared boss, the boss that appeared at this time must be accompanied by very high points. Seeing the direction of Lii Ping, other newcomers also came to their senses and followed him to leave the camp. It's just that the strong have the pursuit of the strong, but more people still choose to stay in the camp. Fighting in Chen Yu's field can ensure that they grow quickly and will not die in vain. Now the camp is full of materials, and the life professionals are also not short of experience. Wait until everyone goes to do their own things. Chen Yu waved his hand, and the part of the material belonging to him on the ground disappeared instantly. Yuan Yuning and Mimi couldn't help but be surprised when they saw this scene. Space equipment? No, it's the characteristic ability given by my Treeman form. Chen Yu had a faint smile on his face, and he was in a very good mood. The characteristic of the World Tree World gave Chen Yu a small world bound to himself. The volume of the small world is much larger than that of the worm ring, which is about 7,000 cubic meters. As long as he has a thought, he can pull the ownerless things into the world. This is equivalent to a space equipment bound to himself. However, it may be because the world tree has not yet recovered, the world is full of dead silence. Living things entering it will be uncontrollably sucked of vitality. Thinking of vitality, Chen Yu immediately checked the progress of the vitality condensation of the world tree. 0.09 1000. In the previous wave of counterattack, there were almost more than 5,000 monsters killed. I didn't expect that I could only condense 0.09 vitality, which is less than 1/10 of the standard unit. You know, those small commander bosses who died in battle, the commander bosses did not escape his absorption. But in terms of life grade, it seems that they are not much stronger than ordinary monsters. At this time, monsters began to attack outside the camp again, and the combat professions returned to their posts. Chen Yu once again changed the world tree form and re-expanded the field to bless everyone. The battlefield level life absorption is faster than him alone. A little bit adds up to a lot, and a little bit makes a tower, just keep grinding. Anyway, he doesn't need to fight. Yuan Yuning did not leave, but moved her workbench to Chen Yu. And Mimi also gave up the production of other alchemy products and concentrated on refining magic potions for Chen Yu. Using too many potions in a short period of time will produce resistance, and it takes a while to eliminate the impact. But Chen Yu in the world tree form has no such worries at all. He talked with Yuan Yuning about what happened after the two separated. Chen Yu also briefly revealed part of the things about the deep illusion. He was able to host and develop the green camp to the present level. Yuan Yuning's operational and strategic capabilities have been recognized by Chen Yu. The more intelligence Yuan Yuning has, the more he can deduce the next plan and plan. Chen Yu is a very decisive person, and his small tactical ability is also very outstanding. But when it comes to big strategy, he admits that he is not as good as Yuan Yuning. In other words, the illusion of time is actually composed of two parts, and the key is in the deep layer. Yes, the crystal pillars corresponding to the 5 refresh points have been shattered by me, resulting in fusion. This is very similar to the second stage of change in some copies, but there is something wrong here. Yuan Yuning concentrated on thinking and said to Chen Yu. In some highly rated copies, the second stage of change often occurs, and even the third stage of change. But that is triggered only after completing each task. And now in the situation of the trial world, the people in the surface illusion have not yet improved enough strength. Otherwise, the defense of the camp would never be so difficult. If Chen Yu had not arrived in time, Yuan Yuning would have made plans for the camp to be destroyed and everyone to retreat. The most urgent task now is to find out what the goal of breaking through this time illusion of the newcomer trial is. Yuan Yuning said the question she had been thinking about. From the beginning to now, everyone seemed to be fighting fiercely, constantly killing monsters and gaining experience. But no one knew how to end the trial. Is it to capture the key node? Or to kill a big boss? Or to solve a puzzle? Everyone is like a headless fly, just killing monsters to level up, killing monsters to level up. Now everyone is attracted by the monsters in front of them, and has not considered this aspect. After summarizing Chen Yu's information, Yuan Yuning also had an ominous premonition in his heart. The abyss invaded, the heroes of the new world died in battle, and now the years are repeating. Yuan Yuning fell into deep thought. And in a dense forest outside the camp, a petite figure appeared on the top of the tallest tree. It was the elf that appeared after Chen Yu and the Beetle King fought for the first time. The elf's ears trembled slightly, and her bright eyes stared at the world tree transformed by Chen Yu. She couldn't help but clasp her hands in front of her chest and chant. This is the breath of the world tree. I didn't expect that there would be a world tree among the aliens. Is this the reason why the oracle asked me to come here? Great Queen, please protect Amaya and bless Amaya to complete the mission. The reverence on the elf's face faded, and with a determined look, she took out the bow and arrow behind her and jumped out of the woods. Arrow of the wind. With a cry, the bow and arrow in the hand of the elf Amaya lit up with a green light. Then arrows shot out like streams of light. The heads of several slightly larger monsters in the distance exploded directly, and they staggered and ran a few steps before falling to the ground. The sudden appearance of the elf surprised the professionals guarding the camp. Someone threw an identification spell at the elf. It's the native creature of the new world, the elf. Elf, doesn't the association's intelligence say that the elf is very rare? She is killing monsters, she is a friendly army. Everyone, help her, gosh, such a cute little pink girl. Cute, one arrow kills a level 10 monster, stronger than us. The elf Amaya's fighting power is very strong, which is completely opposite to her appearance. Everyone only saw her jumping in the mountains and forests, shooting magical arrows from time to kill monsters. But after the elf Amaya appeared, the monsters seemed to be stimulated by something. Many monsters directly abandoned the camp and turned to besiege the elves. The professionals immediately organized a team to chase the monsters that turned their heads. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Amaya led a group of monsters and could not get close to the camp. The professionals chased the monsters led away by Amaya, but they did not dare to leave the camp too far. The situation outside also attracted Chen Yu's attention. When he saw Amaya's figure, he couldn't help but exclaimed. The new world has its own forces. The known ones are human, dwarf, giant, dragon, elf, etc. Among them, dragon and elf are the rarest and most mysterious. Especially the elves, so far no professionals in Sha country have come into contact with them. According to the information obtained from the New World data, the Elf Royal Court has been secluded for many years. Elves. Yuan Yuning was carried to the treetops by Chen Yu's hand and saw Amaya's figure. They were still discussing whether the trial was related to the elves. After all, the scene of the elf hero appeared in the altar illusion. Chen Yu also got the equipment of the elf hero, Spirit Tree wristband. Now the appearance of Amaya has further confirmed Yuan Yuning's guess. This trial must be related to the elves. Simply killing the boss is not enough, there should be clues on this elf. Yuan Yuning immediately notified all the professionals in the camp and asked them to find a way to help Amaya come in. The clues to pass the trial were right in front of them, and the professionals who heard the order suddenly burst into enthusiasm. However, there were more and more monsters outside the camp, and they were fanatically chasing Amaya, blocking the way. At this time, the smoke column in the distance suddenly shook. A smoke column dissipated with a bang, turning into a flowing cloud and flying into the sky. On the scoreboard, the points behind Lii Ping's name soared by 500. Everyone knew at a glance that Lii Ping had taken down a monster boss first. Such a huge score made the other professionals who were fighting the boss overjoyed. But soon, the professional at one of the smoke columns started to curse. Because Lii Ping and Chaola came riding a flying dragon to grab the monster. Get lost. The boss is mine. The increase of 500 points allowed Lii Ping to see the possibility of catching up with Chen Yu. At this time, he didn't care whether he would offend anyone or not. He regarded the remaining 4 bosses as his own. The two-legged flying dragon sprayed out a poisonous mist, covering a circle around the boss. The boss and the professionals in it were poisoned indiscriminately, losing blood while fighting. However, the flying dragon was high above, exceeding the attack range of many professionals, and they could only yell and curse, but they were powerless. In the end, some professionals had no choice but to retreat. Anyway, they had caused a lot of damage to the boss before. Even if they couldn't get points, the experience of the boss's death would definitely be shared. With the experience of killing the first boss, Lii Ping fought more violently this time. In addition, the boss itself was injured. Within 10 minutes, Lii Ping killed it with one blow and left. He was now focused on gaining experience, and he didn't even care about the boss corpse material. In another camp, the association teams stationed here took action one after another. Because the military team that entered the trial found them and explained the impact of the trial world to them. When they heard that the trial world might develop into the A03 incident, both Captain Fan and Captain Zhang were nervous. 35 teams from the association and 60 teams from the military took over the camp directly. The person in charge of this camp was the last of the 3 golden flowers of Nanjing University, Yi Lan. This student from a civilian background showed an ability that was not inferior to Yuan Yuning in this trial. She was a mage, but she had an excellent battlefield command ability. It was under her command that Camp Number 2 could hold on until now. When Yi Lan heard the order conveyed by Captain Fan and others, she agreed to cooperate without hesitation. The camp has been bound to me. I want to maintain the operation of the camp, so let's withdraw all the professionals outside first. Okay, our team will take over the defense line. After staying in Camp Number 2 for so long, Captain Fan and Captain Zhang also admired Yi Lan's ability. It is now difficult to find a safe area in the trial world. Only in the camp can the professionals stay for 10 minutes and return to the original world. So Yi Lan must hold on to the end. They left 2 teams to protect Yi Lan, and then began to walk out of the camp. Yi Lan used the camp's function to send orders to all professionals at the same time. But only a little more than half of the professionals returned, most of whom were students from Nanjing University. For this situation, whether it was Team Fan, Team Zhang or Yi Lan, they had expected it. Now everyone is working hard to upgrade and kill monsters, and they don't want to leave at all. Even if they die, there is a chance to revive. What are you afraid of? They don't know about the A03 incident at all, so they are naturally fearless. Team Fan and his team can only take a tough attitude, and even indicate that those who refuse to evacuate will be killed and sent away directly. This made another part of the people reluctantly, persuaded, to come back. But there are still some professionals who simply evacuated the camp and fought deep into the camp. What they didn't know was that the professionals who returned to the camp found that they couldn't return. Panic began to erupt in the camp. As time went by, 4 of the 5 smoke columns had collapsed. The sky was covered by a thick sea of clouds from some unknown time. At Camp Number 1, outside the green camp, the figure of the old principal appeared here. He was surrounded by wind, and his aura perfectly blended with the surrounding environment. He did not cause any reaction from the monsters along the way. But just as he was about to enter the camp, the last smoke column roared and finally collapsed. The smoke rushed into the sky and merged into the sea of clouds. The old principal suddenly raised his head, his eyes were terrifying. A monster made of stone collapsed. Crystal-like crystals fell out of the broken stones and were snatched up by the professionals guarding the periphery. Lii Ping was excited and raised the broken dragon spear and let out a long roar. A halo appeared under his feet and his level rose. At the same time, his points increased by another 500 points. The total score rushed to over 5,000, and the gap from Chen Yu was less than 1,000 points. The vision above his head was naturally seen by Lii Ping. But he was not afraid, but even more excited. He longed for another trial boss to descend. As long as he killed the big boss, he could at least get 1,000 points and surpass Chen Yu. Yi Ping, give me the 5 crystals. Chaola, who was also on the dragon's back, said. Lii Ping's body stiffened, but he did not respond. He and Chaola had discussed it before, and the final kill was left to him, and the special reward was given to Chaola. Every time you kill a smoke column boss, you can get a crystal. The crystal will automatically fall to the killer after the kill, and other people have no chance to grab it. Props like this are generally related to the opportunity in the trial. Maybe it is the key to activate a certain opportunity. Now a vortex has appeared in the sea of clouds in the sky, and it looks like a terrifying monster is about to descend. This is very much like the prelude to the final battle, so Chaola thought about getting the crystal from Lii Ping first. He is not going to participate in the final battle, and wants to take this opportunity to find a place to activate the crystal. Those 5 crystals are just semi-finished products, and it's useless for you to take them now. Lii Ping refused Chaola without looking back. Chaoli's expression changed, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at Lii Ping's back for a long time. Finally, he hummed and stopped pestering. Lii Ping controlled the 2-legged flying dragon to fly towards the direction of the green camp. He wanted to recover before the final battle. At this time, the people in the real world looked extremely ugly. Because the barrier that was supposed to be broken half an hour later suddenly became more stable. And a vortex-shaped sea of clouds also appeared above the projection. The entire Aurora camp was shrouded in the sea of clouds. All the professionals who were here felt a little depressed. Report, we have used up all the base ammunition, a total of 12,000 rounds. The energy detection instrument shows that the energy reaction of the projection shield has disappeared. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Deacon Lu's face turned black. He grabbed his subordinate's collar with one hand, and the red shield in front of his fingers almost became an inverted bowl. The energy reaction has disappeared, so tell me, what is this? What the hell is this? Facing Deacon Lu's angry spray, everyone present was timid and dared not speak. They really couldn't understand the scene in front of them. Deacon Lu was furious, not only because the barrier was not broken, but also because they couldn't enter the trial world now. Whether it was the second batch of support from the association or the companies and institutions waiting on the side, no one could activate the transmission. This is the boundary wall. It is the boundary wall between the new world and the real world itself. A calm voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. A group of people came from a distance, led by the man with glasses who had taken a plane to South City before. When he saw the man appear, Deacon Lu was shocked and showed respect. The leaders of other companies and organizations did the same. They all looked at the man and saluted him. The 4 heavenly kings of Sha country. Yuan Yuning, the storm shooter who has been sublimated. When he appeared in the Aurora camp, everyone felt certain in their hearts. The young people following Yuan Yuning looked at the respectful eyes around them and felt proud. Even the woman who was in charge of teaching pushed her glasses. After Yuan Yuning explained to Deacon Lu, he walked straight to the boundary wall. The so-called boundary wall is the barrier of a world. The new world has barriers. The real world also has barriers. Barriers are not something that can be destroyed by weapons in the real world. Deacon Lu, report to the association immediately. Request the southern military region to dispatch the overclocking wave cannon. Only the overclocking wave cannon can affect the boundary wall. With the help of the overclocking wave cannon, and then we professionals can take action, we can break the boundary wall and open the passage. Hearing Yuan Yu's order, Deacon Lu hurried to the communication vehicle beside and contacted the association headquarters. Involving the military region, this is no longer something he can order at his level. And the changes in the Aurora camp are beyond his control, and the association must be notified. Yang Yu put his hands behind his back, and his eyes behind the lens looked at the projected world. In it, the sea of clouds that condensed into a vortex began to flash with lightning. The whole world turned black and white again. All the monsters in the trial world seemed to be stimulated by something and became completely crazy. Before, they would be afraid of being injured, but now it is a fight to the death. The elf Amaya was panting. Even though she was strong, she was forced into a mess. She took out a bottle of potion and took a sip to restore her energy. In front of her sight, the professionals in the camp had retreated. Now everyone could not care about meeting the elves. When the change occurred, it was natural to save their lives. Chen Yu looked at the sky and changed from the world tree form back to human form. He felt that this elf was definitely related to the trial, and he could not let it be expelled or killed by the monsters. I will bring it back, you guard the camp. Be careful. Yuan Yuning did not dissuade Chen Yu, but nodded and replied. After all the professionals in the camp retreated back, they entered the defensive position to defend. The monsters attacked in waves, making everyone unable to separate. Chen Yu took a few steps, and in one leap he climbed the wall and rushed out. The speed was so fast that the professionals defending here could not see who it was. After entering the monster group, Chen Yu activated the beast soul and changed into the earth giant bear form. Roar! The giant bear gathered power with both palms and slapped the ground, shaking all the monsters like an earthquake. The bear's eyes locked onto the figure of the elf in the distance. Chen Yu did not stop and charged forward. Wherever he passed, he was killed and injured. The professionals defending this direction were simply stunned. Shu Jia turned back suddenly and found that the world tree in the camp had disappeared. She immediately understood who rushed out. She looked at the giant bear and felt that Chen Yu's strength was simply outrageous. The continuous waves of monsters did not stop his steps at all. Before, the highest level professionals in the camp could only retreat when faced with the gathering and siege of monsters. Their killing of monsters was based on the buff effect and pulling. But Chen Yu, he seemed to not care whether the monsters gathered or not. Infected by the vortex in the sky, the monsters were completely crazy, forgetting their own lives. Before, the professionals could use powerful attacks to force the monsters to retreat in fear. But now, even if the monsters resist the attack, they must kill all the enemies in front of them. If everyone hadn't used identification skills to observe, they would have almost thought that they were trapped in the tide of the undead. However, many professionals in the camp were staring at the outside in amazement. In the monster tide like a sea wave, a giant bear rushed forward, unmatched. A demon bear of similar size rushed out to intercept it, but was slapped away directly. People in the real world also noticed this exaggerated scene in the projection. Many professional leaders of companies and institutions twitched their eyes. After watching the trial world for a day and a night, the most courageous Lii Ping before was not so unrestrained. If the occasion was not wrong, they all wanted to ask, whose general is this? Even the heavenly king Yang Yu couldn't help but look at Chen Yu. The current situation is quite tense, and no one knows when the trial world will change. People outside can't enter, and people inside certainly can't come out. If it's delayed a little, hundreds of professionals may die in battle. Such a major event will not only severely damage the authority that the association and the country have just established. Even the previous series of rules will be overturned. Although the old principal has entered, this kind of thing cannot be solved by him alone. Yang Yu knows the old principal, and he knows that the other party went in to save a few seeds. This is also the maximum extent that the old principal can do. If you want to save thousands of people in the trial world, the old principal can't do it, and he can't do it either. But now the druid who rushed out attracted all the firepower outside the camp. As a sublimated sharpshooter profession, Yang Yu's vision and observation are far better than others. He has long seen the whole process of Chen Yu removing the world tree form and then transforming into a giant bear. Originally, he thought Chen Yu was ignorant of the world. But seeing Chen Yu's overwhelming momentum, Yang Yu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't behave like this when Chen Yu was around. The Aurora camp had only been around for less than 10 days. Fighting in a chaotic army is different from fighting a boss alone. It's impossible to compare the strength of the two. But at this moment, Yang Yu thought it was more difficult to kill into the monster tide like Chen Yu. Many organizations and companies guarding outside had people register the giant bear. They were preparing to send people to contact it as soon as the crisis was resolved. While everyone was watching, the giant bear killed farther and farther. Starting from the camp, it directly waded out a bloody road full of corpses. The whole giant bear was almost dyed red, and its evil spirit was more terrifying than the monsters. Sometimes, a glance back in the eyes directly frightened the monsters to death. Over there, Amaya was blocked by a commander-level boss that was covered with armor and looked like a pangolin. This commander-level boss was attracted here from other areas. It rushed out suddenly when Amaya was not paying attention and almost caught Amaya. But the elf was very agile and had excellent physical fitness, so she avoided the fatal blow. But after she ran out of strength, she could no longer react. The monster boss stood up, with cold claws on both hands, ready to pounce on Amaya. But the next moment, its pores tightened, and it felt a chill falling on its body. A furry bear paw pressed its head. Hot breath sprayed on its back. "Elf, what are you doing here?" Chen Yu pinched the pangolin boss, and looked at Amaya with bare eyes, almost scaring the elf. But Amaya then felt the breath of Spirit Tree wristband from the giant bear. Her face showed surprise. "Are you a druid? Did you transform the world tree just now? The abyss's action is about to succeed, come with me. Let's go to the altar to stop it," Amaya said anxiously, wanting to pull Chen Yu's hand but not daring to move. Chen Yu was also shocked when he heard her words. This trial is indeed not simple, and his previous premonition was not wrong. "Paw." Chen Yu crushed the pangolin boss with one hand and looked back at the camp. He found that a large number of monsters were rushing towards him frantically, and they were planning to rely on numbers to pile him to death. On the camp wall, a group of professionals looked at this place in awe, but could not come out to help. Without Chen Yu's assistance, they would only die if they went out to fight in the field. Seeing countless monsters rushing towards them, the elf Amaya became more and more anxious. But she saw Chen Yu swung his body violently, shaking off all the blood on his hair. Then he stretched out his bare paw and pulled the elf onto his shoulder without letting anyone refuse. "Cover your ears." "Yes." Amaya obediently reached out and pressed his ears, without asking why. Then she saw the earth bear take a deep breath, his muscles tightened, and his hair became as hard as steel needles. "Roar, dragon roar. Roar with soul shock to the enemy, 1 point of will is converted into 100 attacks." Chen Yu now has 482 points of will. After conversion, it is 48,200 points of attack power. It was obviously an invisible sound wave, but it seemed to materialize in everyone's eyes. Everyone in the camp and the real world saw it clearly. With Chen Yu as the center, a circle of waves burst out from the inside out. Groups of monsters either fell to the ground or exploded on the spot, or at least vomited 3 liters of blood. Just one blow. Chen Yu at least swept all the monsters within a radius of more than 500 meters. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but swear. In the real world, the leaders of various companies waiting there looked at each other in bewilderment, their hair standing on end. Yang Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and his calm expression could no longer be maintained. In the camp, the old principal who had just entered pulled out a few of his beards. Looking at the giant bear in the distance, his eyes were full of surprise. "Good boy. Is this a dragon roar? Where did he learn this skill?" The old principal was knowledgeable and was at the scene, so he recognized Chen Yu's skills at once. Originally, he was going to go out to meet Chen Yu. But seeing Chen Yu's performance, he stopped leisurely. But at this time, Chen Yu's transformed giant bear waved to the camp. Then he suddenly turned around and rushed into the depths of the trial world. In a few seconds, he disappeared from everyone's sight. "Where is this kid going?" The old principal couldn't help but curse. He just relaxed, and before he could react, Chen Yu disappeared. In the camp, Yuan Yuning silently looked at the place where Chen Yu disappeared. Only she knew that Chen Yu was greeting her just now. Let her guard the camp. Chen Yu disappeared from everyone's sight with the elf. The people in the projection world wanted to see what he was doing. But they found that fog had appeared in the trial world at some point. Except for the area where the 2 camps were located, other places were no longer clear, only the general outline. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to track Chen Yu. The old principal in the camp didn't care to complain, and immediately caught up with Chen Yu. As a result, at this moment, a spear suddenly smashed out of the vortex in the sky. The spear hit the ground like thunder, and a circle of shock waves burst out. Under the impact, countless cracks continued to burst in the wall of the green camp. Immediately afterwards, a knight covered in black armor appeared next to the spear. After he pulled out the spear, the black magic energy that escaped condensed into a magic dragon. After riding the magic dragon, his eyes looked towards the direction of the green camp. Yuan Yuning's heart was in her throat, but the old principal came to her side at the right time. Seeing the figure of the old principal, Yuan Yuning was shocked. "Don't worry, just command." At this time, the old principal was surrounded by a green wind, like a protective shield. The energy on his body made Yuan Yuning feel heavy, and immediately realized that the old principal was very powerful. The abyss will eventually return. Listen, attack. The dragon knight rode the dragon into the sky, and the sound spread throughout the trial world. Chen Yu, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped and looked back. Although it was covered by fog, he clearly captured the position of the dragon knight. It's the dragon knight. He followed the will of the dragon and came with the power of the abyss. My lord, we must speed up. Only by activating the altar can we stop the abyss. The elf Amaya had a serious face and kept urging Chen Yu. She looked petite, but in fact she was much older than Chen Yu. It's just that Chen Yu's previous fighting posture was too violent. So Amaya couldn't help but use the honorific. Altar, is it the altar in the core of the misty area? My lord, have you seen it? Yes, it is there. It is the beacon left by my elves. Amaya said excitedly when she learned that Chen Yu had been to the altar. After her explanation, Chen Yu understood. This dense forest area is actually the battlefield where the elf royal court fought against the invading army of the abyss. 500 years ago, the abyss broke through the boundary wall and descended here. This is exactly the residence of the Wind Elves, one of the 12 elves. A war broke out at that time. The leader of the Wind Elf lineage eventually died in the battle, but the abyss was also stopped. But although the abyss was expelled, this land was also corroded by the breath of the abyss and became unsuitable for the elves to survive. So the elf royal court moved the Wind Elf lineage away and set up an altar here to suppress it. The function of the altar is to suppress time and space and act as a beacon. This is why the abyss adopts the method of the illusion of time instead of directly opening the time and space channel. Chen Yu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the trial of a newcomer would be so complicated. This is obviously beyond the danger level of the rookie trial. If the association had known this earlier, they might not have let them in. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the real world has not fully understood the new world. When you came out, I felt a breath in the camp that was no weaker than yours. That should be your protector, sir. With him here, you don't have to worry too much about the camp. Amaya explained to Chen Yu carefully. Her nature heart skill is level 10, much higher than Chen Yu, and she had already discovered the old principle. Hearing Amaya's words, Chen Yu nodded. He is not a hesitant person. Since there are people in the camp, of course he will go to activate the altar first. Now he knows that this illusion trial is actually a trick used by the abyss to deceive people. In reality, they are trying to practice the false return to the true, so that the real abyss army will come. There is an altar here, and time and space are stable, so it is very difficult for them to come. Then they may choose to come in the real world. The giant bear continued to run, and Chen Yu disliked the slow speed, and immediately changed into a beetle form. Spread the wings and fly close to the ground. Seeing the emperor beetle, Amaya's mouth was pouted into a circle. But now the situation is tense. She can't bother to ask, just continue to show Chen Yu the way. There was fog everywhere, and Amaya relied on her connection with the altar to avoid getting lost. Chen Yu rushed around, and there was only one way to deal with the monsters he saw along the way. Crash! In the trial world, the dragon knight pounced on the camp, trying to destroy it directly. But the old principal floated up, raised his hands, and countless wind blades whistled out. The wind blades were several meters long, like a small crescent, covering the sky and the earth. The dragon knight was scratched all over with just a charge, and flew back. The professionals in the camp went from despair to cheering. Many students of Nanjing University recognized the appearance of their old principal, and shouted "Long live the principal." In the distance, Lii Ping and Chaola, who had just returned on a two-legged flying dragon, stopped on a hill. They did not rashly return to the camp, but instead observed the battle between the old principal and the Dragon Knight. "This Dragon Knight is very strong. I am no match for him unless I can join forces with the old principal. The old principal seems to be able to handle it easily. I think he can handle it alone. I didn't expect the old principal's strength to be so terrifying." Chaola suddenly patted Lii Ping on the shoulder. "The old principal is here. I think we should activate the crystal first. Otherwise, if the Dragon Knight dies and the trial ends, the crystal will be useless." Hearing Chao Li's words, Lii Ping couldn't help but frown. I have to admit that Chaola is right. At the moment, they are not needed in the camp. If the old principal doesn't take action, Lii Ping and others are not the opponents of the Dragon Knight. In this case, it is better to find an opportunity first. When the time comes, come back and see if there is any bargain to pick up. Lii Ping stretched out his hand and patted the flying dragon, and immediately flapped his wings and flew carefully close to the ground, bypassing the camp. When they came back, they had already discussed where the opportunity corresponding to the crystal was. After much discussion, Chaola finally proposed that the opportunity might be in the core fog. They had 5 crystals in their hands, and Lii Ping, as the holder, knew clearly that half was missing. But now he didn't know where to find the other half, and he couldn't wait any longer. The wyvern didn't take off until it was far away from the camp. If someone looked down from a high altitude, they could see that one person in front and one behind, 2 people rushed to the fog area in each direction. In front were Chen Yu and the Alpha Maya. In the back were Lii Ping and Chaola. In the outside world, the wave artillery from the southern military region finally arrived at the camp. Overclocked wave cannon. It was made from the blueprints obtained by Shogwo after exploring the New World. The blacksmith was responsible for forging the cannon body, the alchemist was responsible for engraving the runes, and the magician profession controlled the energy. In a multi-layer superposition, it released ultra-high-frequency wave bombardment. It is one of the few New World weapons that can be used in the real world. When these wave cannons were arranged neatly, and the eerie muzzles were all pointed at the barrier of the boundary wall, everyone could clearly feel the terrible threat from the giant cannon. This thing is not only able to attack the defense of the mysterious side. It also has extremely high damage capabilities for professionals. Along with the giant cannon, there is also a commander from the southern military region. There is no extra nonsense, just fill the energy crystal and start to stimulate energy. The faint cold light condensed at the muzzle, causing the nearby space to begin to distort. I don't know if it sensed the threat. There was a strange energy fluctuation behind the red boundary wall. The world projection began to show some signs of shaking. The King Yuan Yuning keenly saw the appearance of space cracks in the projection world. "I remember there are no related myths in Nanchang, right?" "Yes, there are no special ancient relics here." Deacon Lu answered immediately after hearing Yang Yu's sudden question. The erosion of space-time energy will instinctively integrate into the myths or relics of the real world. Xiaoguo is vast and rich in resources. The number of Secret Realm copies born so far ranks among the best in the world. Among them, the myth Secret Realm is the most difficult to deal with. The relic Secret Realm is slightly better, but it also requires a complete military garrison. If a relic Secret Realm is opened in Nanchang, it is possible that a permanent army will be stationed in the future. The Secret Realm is indeed rich in output, but it also represents danger. Nowadays, because of the birth of the Secret Realm, countries attach more importance to their territory and cannot tolerate any loss. The best way at this stage is to directly collapse this projection erosion. Seeing that everyone's minds became active after hearing about the relic Secret Realm, Yang Yu said in a deep voice. Before the country has sufficient ability to take care of these secret realms, too many secret realms will only disperse the country's power. A large amount of power was tied up in the secret realm, and it was unable to effectively deter and respond to foreign forces. Deacon Lu and the commander from the southern military region nodded when they heard this. Anyway, the Heavenly King is equal to the Elders' Council in terms of authority. With Yang Yu's words, they only need to act according to the order. when the real world was about to break the boundary wall. In the trial world, the Dragon Knight also keenly discovered that something was wrong. Because of the existence of the old principle, he could not destroy the Green Camp in a short time. The Dragon Knight flew into the sky and his eyes swept across the entire trial world. When he saw Lii Ping running towards the fog area, his eyes suddenly flashed a few times. The Dragon Knight's spear flashed, and the monsters in the trial world immediately received some instructions. The monsters that originally blocked Chen Yu and Lii Ping made way. Without monsters blocking the way, Chen Yu's speed increased. After a while, he came to the original fog area. The 5 crystals collected now emitted light, just like when he activated the altar before. Chen Yu, who was familiar with the place, quickly found the altar. Compared with the altar before the trial, the altar now looked brand new, without any signs of wear and tear. Sir, as long as you put 10 time and space crystals into the altar, it can be completely activated. Using the Spirit Tree wristband as a guide, you can send a communication beacon and send a warning to the Elf Royal Court. The elf Amaya smiled happily when she saw the altar. However, after Chen Yu took out 5 crystals, the elf's face froze. With only 5 crystals, there was no way to fully activate the altar. At this moment, Chen Yu lifted the transformation and looked up. There, a 2-legged dragon was rushing here at a very fast speed. On the back of the dragon, Lii Ping and Chaola also saw Chen Yu. Chaola couldn't help but breathe faster when he saw the crystals in Chen Yu's hand. Whoosh, whoosh, the 2-legged dragon lowered its altitude and landed in front of the altar with a strong wind. Lii Ping and Chaola both jumped down and came to the altar in a few steps. When they looked at each other, they understood the current situation. Activate the altar first, and talk about rewards later, Chen Yu said. Lii Ping frowned, but Chaola walked around him and stood out. No, let's make it clear first. You have 5, we have 5, so the reward is naturally 50 to 50. If it is an indivisible reward, we, the main profession, will take it first, and then we will compensate you through the school after we go back. Chaola and Lii Ping still regarded Chen Yu as an auxiliary profession. Compared to auxiliary professions, the main profession can naturally convert benefits into combat power faster. He believed that his plan was the best, and while speaking, he was about to reach out to take the crystals in Lii Ping and Chen Yu's hands. Who knew that Lii Ping actually shrank slightly and avoided his hand? And Chen Yu looked at him with a sneer on his face. Chao Li's expression was stiff, and he looked at Lii Ping beside him. What do you mean? The situation is unclear now. I think it's better to focus the reward on me. Don't worry, I will let Principal Huang compensate you after I go back. Lii Ping's words were the same as Chao Li's before. Hearing this, Chaola was directly angry and laughed, with a hideous smile. However, Lii Ping felt that he was stronger than Chaola, so he didn't need to be afraid of him. The elf Amaya was excited when she saw that someone from another world brought another 5 crystals. But she saw this dramatic scene. Although she was anxious, she couldn't speak, so she could only grab Chen Yu's bare fur coat. A supporting profession, a soft and cute elf. Chen Yu and Amaya were not threatening in the eyes of Lii Ping and Chaola. Chaola narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his staff. Lii Ping, are you going to cross the river and destroy the bridge? Chaola, look at the situation clearly, now is not the time to talk about these things. Don't talk about it now, wait until you are full and satisfied. Didn't you see that the old principal came in? There must be something wrong with the trial. In this case, I think it is best to prioritize the strength of the strongest. Lii Ping looked righteous and decided not to pay attention to Chaola. He walked in front of Chen Yu and stretched out his hand to take the crystal from Chen Yu. But Chen Yu grabbed his wrist. I say, what are you guys talking about? Did I ask you to decide on the distribution of rewards? I asked you to activate the altar, didn't you hear me? Lii Ping's face turned red, because he found that he couldn't break free from Chen Yu's hand even if he tried his best. Shocked in his heart, his face was full of disbelief. Chen Yu's hand was like an iron hoop, motionless. Lii Ping, S-level occupation, Dragon Knight. Strength and physique are strong amplification attributes. After awakening his occupation, with the investment of Huang Xiao's massive resources, he grew into one of the strongest people in the trial. His current strength attribute is barely 400 points. But facing Chen Yu, who has not yet transformed, he was pressed and unable to move. How could Lii Ping not be frightened? Lii Ping's face was blue and red, and Chaola, who was not far away, also saw his eyelids twitching. In terms of mind, Chaola is much deeper than Lii Ping. Just looking at Lii Ping's performance at this moment, he can see that Chen Yu is not easy to mess with. He was glad that he didn't mess with Chen Yu in order to maintain his image before. Now the firepower was attracted to Lii Ping, and he quickly stepped back a few steps. Lii Ping's two-legged flying dragon saw that his master was restrained, and immediately flew over. But he saw Chen Yu look sideways. The undisguised killing intent in those eyes actually made the wyvern dare not act rashly. Get out! Dragon roar! Chen Yu directly launched a skill at close range, and the violent pressure attack directly knocked away 2 people and 1 dragon. Only he and the elf Amaya were left on the entire altar. Dragon Roar is the signature skill of the Dragon Clan, and sub-dragons like wyverns do not have it. At this moment, being roared like this, their necks shrank. Lii Ping and Chaola even vomited blood directly, their brains were stabbed with needles, and their minds were in a trance. Time and Space Crystal 10 out of 10. You have collected 10 pieces of Time and Space Crystals. You have obtained a complete Time and Space Crystal, which is the key to activate the Elf Altar. The 10 crystal fragments merged into a complete form in Chen Yu's hands, a diamond-shaped crystal. He walked to the stone pillar in the center of the altar, found the corresponding groove and put it in. The elf also jumped to the top of the stone pillar, put his hands together in front of his chest, and began to chant the sacrificial words. Along with the beautiful voice of the elf, a mysterious power began to emanate from the altar. The inscriptions on the altar began to glow and gradually spread to all directions. Lii Ping and Chaola looked at the altar with difficulty, their eyes were extremely complicated. And farther away, the eyes of the Dragon Knight who commanded the monsters to besiege the green camp glowed red under his helmet. He looked up at the sky, and not long ago, honeycomb patterns appeared in the sky. That was the boundary wall of the new world beginning to appear. Behind the boundary wall, a group of vague figures could be vaguely seen. The picture seen by the Dragon Knight was naturally seen clearly by the old principal. People from the real world are coming. Once the boundary wall is broken, it will be the time for the decisive battle. Hearing the words of the old principal, Yuan Yuning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because they couldn't get out of the trial, the professionals in the camp were very unstable. Everyone didn't know whether they could be resurrected after death, and they seemed very afraid during the battle. The walls of the camp had long been conquered by monsters. If it weren't for the old principal's great power, releasing a terrible wind barrier, the camp would have been destroyed long ago. Now, the old principal is everyone's spiritual pillar. Before today, no one thought that the old principal of their school would be so powerful. Powerful dragon, the barriers of the world have begun to melt, I sacrifice the power of the living beings here. In the new era, summon your immortal soul to return. The Dragon Knight controlled the dragon beast to fly high in the sky, avoiding the old principal's wind blade attack range. He opened his chest armor, and inside was a dark chaos. A cold power surged from inside, and began to affect the trial world along with the Magic Dragon Knight's spell. But the Magic Dragon Knight soon froze in place. Because he found that after his spell was sent out, it did not bring about the expected effect. Since the battle in the trial world, countless creatures have died in the battle. All this is under their control. He just wants to use these dead souls to open the projection of the abyss. But now it's gone. There is not a soul power within a radius of more than 1,000 meters in the green camp. This made the Magic Dragon Knight furious, and he was shaking with anger. But he didn't know that the soul power of the dead creatures here had long been absorbed by Chen Yu's world tree. Chen Yu wanted to scrape the ground 3 feet, how could he leave him a little power? As for the professional, unless all 9 opportunities were used up, there would be no soul power left. The Magic Dragon Knight was revived from the battlefield 500 years ago. I don't know the situation of professionals, who are from other worlds. At this moment, as the range of his spell expanded, life force began to gather from the distance of the trial world. But without such a big piece, there was a gap in the plan. The world barrier was about to be broken. The Dragon Knight was ruthless and his eyes swept to all the living monsters below. He reached out and stabbed into the chaos in his chest and grabbed the red heart hidden inside. Bang bang, bang bang. The sound of the huge heartbeat resounded in the trial world. The old principal looked solemn, controlled the blue wind to condense around him, and began to rise into the air. The monsters that were originally as crazy stopped their attack and fell into chaos. Except for the commander-level monsters, the other low-level monsters felt that their life force was fading rapidly. They were originally created by the power of the illusion of time. At this time, the power left the body and returned to the illusion, but was intercepted by the Dragon Knight. Large groups of monsters died outside the camp. One after another, they looked like sorghum cut down in a wheat field. The strange scene made all the professionals shudder. And those commander-level monsters were also in doubt and all retreated spontaneously. The large number of deaths and the retreat of the commander-level monsters finally gave the two camps a chance to breathe. The professional teams in Camp 2 made a prompt decision. Everyone start to gather, we will go to Camp 1 to join them. The two camps are far apart, but they must be gathered together. Otherwise, the rescue forces will be forced to disperse, which is not conducive to dealing with emergencies. They are experienced and know that things will not end so easily. In the A03 incident, terrible power broke out in the final stage. There are more powerful monsters coming out of thin air. After the world barrier is broken, people on both sides need to work together to stabilize it before everyone can be teleported back. The old principal who ascended into the air also saw the situation in Camp 2. Between dealing with the Dragon Knight and picking up Camp 2, the old principal hesitated. But he quickly gave up on the Dragon Knight. Through the previous fight, he already knew the strength of the Dragon Knight and that he was no match for him. But the Dragon Knight had a mysterious power, and it was not easy to kill him in a short time. In fact, if there were no corresponding means, the Dragon Knight could not be killed at all. In this case, it would be better to get all the professionals here first. The old principal shouted angrily, and the wind element power on his body suddenly surged. Level 60 is now recognized as a high-level professional. Unless it is against a sublimator, he can fight with anyone. The wind flow around the old principal almost became a tornado. His own magic power continued to surge, guiding the wind element to roar. At this point, everyone knew the old principal's profession, an elemental mage. And he was a specialized elemental mage of the wind element. As an upper branch profession of the mage, the elemental mage has a higher elemental affinity than ordinary mages. They are born to mobilize more elemental attributes than others. This profession is rated A in the professional association. But the development prospects are very high, not weaker than those S level. The reason why it was not rated S level is because the lower limit is relatively low. Elemental mages can develop in a balanced way, and the four elements of earth, water, fire and wind are combined with each other, which is unpredictable. You can also take the specialized route and focus on improving the elemental ability of a certain attribute with elemental affinity. Chaola, who is partnered with Lii Ping, is balanced. Because the requirements of equilibrium are lower, and the means will be more abundant. And the elemental mage who specializes in one path, the power of the corresponding element must be at least twice as strong as that of the same level. The power displayed by the old principal at this moment is difficult for even a level 80 mage to achieve. Wind Fury Whirl. The old man pointed with one hand, and the violent tornado swept out immediately. Wherever it passed, the trees and rocks were all broken and torn, and a deep ditch was plowed out of the earth. Finally, after flying nearly 10 kilometers, it exploded suddenly. Countless wind blades covered the sky and exploded. Whether it was the professionals, monsters, and dragon knights in the trial world, or other people watching the projection in the real world, they all took a breath of cold air at this moment. Especially Vice President Huang of Nanchang University, his face turned pale. Possessing such a terrible ability, he was respected by the deacon of the association before. Even if he was a fool, he should understand how powerful the background of the old principal was. Thanks to the old principal's power, most of the monsters were cleaned up on the way forward for the team of Camp Number 2. Everyone was excited and grateful, and accelerated along the road cleared by the tornado. At this time, the continuous wave artillery bombardment finally exposed the boundary wall of the new world. Yang Yu Tianwang, who had been silent, suddenly raised his arm. A silver giant bow appeared in his hand. The bow was nearly 2 meters long, shining with silver light, and engraved with mysterious runes. Yang Yu took out an arrow of the same silver color and put it on it, and began to pull it slowly. As he exerted force, extremely violent energy fluctuations were transmitted from the bow, which continued to condense at the tip of the arrow. The professional leaders of those companies and institutions broke out in cold sweat just by seeing the cold light of the arrowhead. Everyone couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Break. Yang Yu released a skill that no one could understand. The arrow disappeared in front of everyone with a cold light, and the next moment, the red boundary wall broke out with a strong vibration. The honeycomb-like boundary wall began to disintegrate layer by layer, and the time and space of the real world and the new world merged again. The military and association teams enter immediately. All other professionals below level 20 leave. The first thing to do after entering is to pick up the people inside and return immediately. Yang Yu's order came out, and the teams that had been prepared for a long time responded loudly. In the trial world, the Dragon Knight became even crazier after seeing the boundary wall pattern disappear. He shouted obscure ancient words from the abyss, and the devouring power that originally permeated the entire trial environment became even more violent. The center of the trial world. Chen Yu suddenly saw the altar under his feet click, and several cracks appeared. The elf Amaya, who was also chanting the sacrificial language, screamed and was interrupted by the mysterious power. Chen Yu was quick and pulled Amaya to his side. The next moment, the entire altar exploded and broke into pieces. A terrible space-time rift began to tear from the bottom of the altar and spread to the sky. Behind the space-time rift was a chaotic space-time turbulence. But a few seconds later, a huge eyeball appeared behind it. The moment the eyeball appeared, everyone in the trial world felt an electric current sweeping through their bodies. A creepy feeling arose spontaneously. Even the old principal was stiff for a while. In the real world, the projection disappeared. Instead, a red mist swept over. The red mist kept rolling, and it looked like countless monsters were condensing and forming. The abyss was not only trying to return to the new world. They didn't even let go of the real world. 2 worlds, covered at once. Seeing this scene, Yang Yu, who was about to enter the trial world, paused. His eyes condensed, and he released his aura without hesitation. The aura of the professional strongman who had sublimated a turn directly suppressed the surging red fog. In the trial world, the eyeball behind the crack looked at the breach in the boundary wall in the sky. The pupils shrank, and the Dragon Knight who was presiding let out a scream, and the whole armor exploded directly. He did not have a real body, and the armor was full of black energy. Most of it was extracted and combined with the condensed vitality. Finally, it was projected towards the world boundary wall like an arrow and rushed into the real world. Roar! In the red fog of the real world, a half-dragon and half-human boss descended here. The half-dragon man roared, and the surrounding red fog immediately changed, condensing into red dragon beasts. In the trial world, the remaining black energy of the Dragon Knight also transformed into a half-dragon man. The old principal took out a bottle of potion and drank it, then turned around and was about to fly towards the half-dragon. But at this moment, the eyeballs behind the cracks paid attention to him. A huge pressure instantly pressed on the old principal. He was pressed directly from midair to the ground. The ground was directly cracked and sank 1 meter to the bottom. The abyss is the destination. To disobey the abyss is nothing but going against the will of heaven. Today, I, Abyss Oats, will return to this corrupt world. An obscure voice came from behind the cracks and fell into everyone's ears. Although they couldn't understand the words, they could understand the meaning of the words. This was a language that directly acted on the soul level. After these words came out, the half-dragon in the trial world also roared. All monsters, whether they were commander level or ordinary, fell into madness again. And at the core altar, as the altar exploded, several rays of light fell from inside. These are all the precious materials and props used to make the altar. At the same time, the red sun in the sky flickered. Abyss erosion, trial interrupted. Trial rewards will be issued according to the current points. The trial competition has been terminated. Lii Ping's face was livid, and his eyes were almost spitting fire when he looked at Chaola and Chen Yu. Then he rode his wyvern directly, abandoned Chaola and flew towards the camp. Chao Li's eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth and rushed towards the things that fell out. The development of the trial world to this point. It can be said that it has exceeded everyone's expectations. It was supposed to be a feast for the newcomers, but who could have thought that it would attract the power of the abyss in the end? The elf Amaya looked at the ruins of the altar with despair. She was interrupted at the last moment of summoning the beacon. She didn't know whether the summoning had been transmitted. Now that the altar has been destroyed, she has no other choice. The newcomer trial was also terminated early due to the invasion of the abyss. But for Chen Yu, the result is acceptable. His current points ranking is first. The red sun turned into 10 streams of light, shining on the top 10 professionals on the points list. The light column falling on Chen Yu was the largest, and even attracted the attention of the half-dragon and the eyes behind the crack. When swept by that gaze, Chen Yu felt like a mountain was pressing on his shoulders. He changed his form instantly, and the earth giant bear let out a low roar. You won the first place in the trial. Reward: 1 intermediate level professional energy stone. Reward: perfect magic crystal, contains 100,000 units of magic, can restore magic, can be replenished. Reward: perfect life crystal, contains 100,000 units of magic, can restore life, can be replenished. Reward: first place in points. Exclusive reward: trial certificate ×1. Reward: exclusive professional rare skill book ×1. Reward: exclusive professional camp legendary prop ×1. Reward: free attribute points ×100. Reward: free skill points ×10. A wide range of rewards appeared on Chen Yu. He once got a low-level professional energy stone, which upgraded him to level 10 at one time. This time, Chen Yu didn't even think about it and crushed it to activate it. A halo flashed under his feet, and a huge amount of experience energy poured into his body, and his level soared again. Level 10, level 11, level 12. Chen Yu's level was pushed all the way to level 20. The giant earth bear, which was originally more than 5 meters tall, was directly raised to 8 meters in height. Chen Yu, Druid, level 5520. Individual attributes: Strength 1580, Agility 1306, Constitution 1951, Spirit 2325, Will 1092. Features: Tear, Power, Armor. A level 20 professional. Without taking into account the bonus of changing form and equipment, all attributes exceeded 1000. Chen Yu felt full of strength. The elf Amaya on his shoulder covered her mouth with both hands and looked at him in shock. Chaola, who was not far away, was also one of the top 10 in points, and he had also received the reward at this time. He also obtained the experience energy stone, and his level was raised to level 30. But before he could get excited, he saw Chen Yu, who had changed even more dramatically. When a professional faces a professional, if he does not control his momentum, he can feel the pressure of the other party's attributes. Especially when the attribute gap between the two sides is too large, the pressure is very obvious. Chaola felt that he felt very depressed when facing Chen Yu, whether it was his body or his mental fluctuations. He has been a partner with Lii Ping for so long, and Lii Ping is certainly ahead of him in every aspect. But at least on the mental level, he has never felt pressure from Lii Ping. But facing Chen Yu, he just felt like a child. Now he looked ferocious, and he just wanted to roar. Where did this pervert come from? Didn't they say that Druid is only a B-level profession? Didn't they say that Druid can only be cultivated by people from large consortiums and big backgrounds? He and Lii Ping enjoyed almost half of the funding from Nanjing University, but they had no power to fight back against Chen Yu. This huge gap and pressure directly made Tu Li's mentality follow. Compared with Lii Ping's selfishness before, the impact it brought to him was simply devastating. Chen Yu didn't care about Chao Li's thoughts at all. He put away the 2 crystals. The perfect crystals not only contained huge magic and life, but also could replenish. With these 2 reward crystals, he didn't have to carry so many potion bottles in the future. Compared with his own level and crystals, Chen Bao cared more about the rewards he would get later. The exclusive reward for the first point scorer, the trial certificate. Trial certificate, legendary item. Holders of this certificate can activate the trial mode of the secret realm and the trial land and obtain special opportunities. Seeing the introduction of trial certificate, Chen Yu couldn't help but stare. Like the title he had obtained before, trial certificate did not directly enhance his attributes or abilities. Instead, it opened up a special opportunity ability for him. After holding this certificate, you can open special modes in secret realms and trial lands. Just like the Danja secret realm, if Chen Yu enters again. In addition to the original 2 levels of difficulty, normal and difficult, there is another trial mode. If he can pass the trial mode, he will definitely get opportunities that others can't get. This is more powerful than increasing attributes and abilities. It deserves the legendary evaluation. Chen Yu was happy and put the trial certificate into the world inside his body. Then he picked up a wooden sign shining with golden light and a small treasure chest. The wooden sign is a skill book exclusive to druids. You can't tell what skill it is before activation. Trial certificate represents future opportunities. At present, he still has to face the pressure brought by the trial mutation, so naturally he still has to strengthen his strength first. Chen Yu has not learned other skills of druids. At this time, he consumes a skill point to activate the skill book. You have activated the exclusive skill book. You have obtained the high-level skill of Druid, Heart of Elements. Heart of Elements LV1. Druids are children of nature, they can feel their own elemental power from nature. Your elemental power is binding. Element binding is successful. You have gained the favor of thunder. Heart of Elements right pointing arrow Heart of Thunder LV1. Your attack can be accompanied by thunder damage, and the damage fluctuation is 1%, 10% of the spiritual attribute. Attacks with thunder will cause paralysis to the enemy. The elf Amaya suddenly felt her hair stand up. I saw that there was a fine current surging between the thick hair of the giant earth bear transformed by Chen Yu next to me. As an elf, Amaya is not unfamiliar with druids. She could tell at once that Chen Yu had the Heart of Elements. Sir, have you realized the power of thunder? The legend of the aliens is indeed true. You can directly obtain various abilities. The Heart of Elements is an ability that can only be activated by a great druid. The elf felt that she had become accustomed to being shocked. The Great Druid is actually the name given by the elves to the druids who have been sublimated and changed their jobs. The skills that can only be realized after sublimation were directly learned by Chen Yu beside her. She didn't know how to express her admiration. And Chen Yu himself felt very comfortable. Unexpectedly, he realized the power of thunder, which is a very domineering power. And this is a druid skill, whether he turns into a bear, a beetle, or even a world tree, he can use it. But how to use the world tree? Turn it into a lightning-struck wood. Chen Yu shot out an electric spark with his claws, and the small treasure box under his feet opened directly. The exclusive skill book is so powerful, and the name of the exclusive professional camp legendary prop is even more awesome. He couldn't wait to see what it was. The treasure chest opened, and a golden light flashed through his and Amaya's eyes. In the treasure chest, there was a crown made of gold and silver. A cyan gem was inlaid in the center of the crown, and it seemed as if there was wind flowing inside. Seeing this crown, the elf Amaya was stiff, and her big eyes almost jumped out of their sockets. The next moment, a scream exploded in Chen Yu's ears. Crown of the Wind Elf. Crown of our Wind Elf clan. Hearing Amaya's words, Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. He reached out and took the crown out of the treasure chest, and after taking it, the corresponding information emerged. Crown of the Wind Elf. Legendary equipment, special reward, bound to your soul. The symbol of the king of the Wind Elf clan, the crown lost on the battlefield, with it, you are the wind. Attribute blessing. Spirit plus 200%, will plus 200%. Legendary blessing 1. The affinity with the wind element is full level, and the power of wind attribute skills is increased by 100%. Legendary blessing 2. You can summon loyal wind element guards. Legendary blessing 3. Wind domain, exclude other elemental attributes, create a world with only wind. The lost crown needs to go to the elf royal court to receive the queen's blessing before it can be fully activated. The current effect is halved. Gurgle. Even if Chen Yu is a big heart, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva after seeing the information of the crown. What he got was actually the symbol of the king of the Wind Elf clan. The legendary evaluation itself told him that this crown was not bad, but he didn't expect it to be so good. If someone else got this reward, they might not get the crown. It's just because he is a natural druid, which is in line with the elves. This reward is absolutely explosive. Even compared to this reward, all Chen Yu's previous gains are nothing. Even if it is not fully activated now, the various blessings combined are super powerful. Dual attribute 200% increase blessing, including the rarest will attribute blessing. Looking at the excited look of Amaya on his shoulder, he can completely guess the status of the crown in the hearts of the elves. As a trial reward, when Chen Yu got the crown, this equipment was already bound to him. Unless his soul is annihilated, no one can take the crown from him. After resurrection, the crown will return to his hands. After the space-time rift, the eyeball also shook violently after seeing the crown in Chen Yu's hand. Elven crown. Bring it. The terrifying voice sounded again, and the half-dragon in the sky instantly rushed to Chen Yu. The old principal who was pinned to the ground gritted his teeth and stood up, his eyes full of bloodshot. Although he didn't know what the eyeballs were saying, he knew he couldn't just leave it alone. But when he tried to resist, the eyeballs immediately pressed him again. His clothes tore apart with a rip, and his skin and muscles began to crack. At this time, the people from the two camps finally met up. Many new professionals were arranged to be teleported back to the real world after staying for a long time. As for the association's team and the military's team, they were fully armed and ready. They rushed to the old principal's position, wanting to help the old principal retreat. At this time, Lii Ping also returned to the camp. He looked back on the back of the flying dragon. He found that the half-dragon rushed towards Chen Yu, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. This time he only got the second highest reward, but judging from the size of the falling light column, it was less than half of Chen Yu's. This made him very uncomfortable. Now the half-dragon was killing Chen Yu, and he wished that Chen Yu and the half-dragon would fight half to death. The aura emanating from the half-dragon was very strong. Although the identification technique could not see the details, it was conservatively estimated to be at the level of 50. The old principal was suppressed, and no one could stop the half-dragon now. Lii Ping did not stay for too long. After returning to the camp, he went straight into a calm state and returned after waiting for 10 minutes. At the core of the trial world, Chaola hugged the things he picked up and turned around to flee in other directions. There were dense monster roars around the foggy area. If he didn't leave, he would be trapped here even without the half-dragon coming. Now everyone knows that the trial world is out of control, and of course the first opportunity is to leave. Chen Yu also saw the half-dragon coming. If it were before, he might have tried to escape into the woods, and then find a chance to go back. But now, he has a new idea. You know, he hasn't absorbed his two beast souls since he was promoted. Equipment cannot be worn in the transformed form. Chen Yu changed back to his original form, holding the crown with both hands and raised it to the top of his head. Amaya, who had been so excited that she couldn't speak, saw this scene, her mouth opened wide, and her body softened and knelt directly on the ground. She looked at Chen Yu excitedly, and in her sight. The crown was worn on Chen Yu's head smoothly. The blue gem was just in the middle of the forehead. The moment the crown was put on, a blue stream of light exploded from Chen Yu's body. The streams of light intertwined together, looking like a gorgeous robe. Chen Yu felt that his body became extremely light. The kneeling elf Amaya, with a pious face, touched the ground and saluted him. Starlight began to emerge on the ruins of the altar behind him. Strands of flowing wind surrounded Chen Yu. Through these elemental breezes, he could feel the existence of many breaths around him. Among them, the essential hidden breath of the trial world. Trial is an illusion of time, which is caused by the assimilation and transformation of this area by special power. Whether it is the monsters that are born or the pupils that appear at this time, they are essentially caused by illusions. After wearing the crown, Chen Yu keenly discovered the difference. Little girl, go to the back. Amaya, who was so excited that her face was full of tears, was lifted up by Chen Yu and healed to the direction of the ruins of the altar. At this time, the half-dragon had killed to the top, and the fierce momentum was pressing down unscrupulously. But Chen Yu, who received a series of rewards, was no longer as uncomfortable as before. He even had the strength to move his neck. This contemptuous attitude immediately angered the half-dragon man, who opened his mouth and roared at Chen Yu. However, the next second, Chen Bao directly transformed into a giant earth bear. He also fought back with a dragon roar. Dragon roar. Roar with soul impact to the enemy. 1 point of will is equivalent to 100 attacks. Chen Yu's current will attribute is 1092 points, plus the increase of the crown, it is 3276 points. The dragon roar of 327,600 points of attack directly collided with the dragon roar of the half-dragon man. Invisible waves burst out, sweeping across a radius of several kilometers. The half-dragon man's face showed shock, and even the eyes in the distance could hardly believe it. But before they could react, the 8-meter-long giant bear kicked its legs and suddenly jumped to a height of more than 10 meters. A crown in the form of a phantom appeared above the giant bear's head. Electric snakes flowed around him, and 2 huge bear paws shouted at the half-dragon man with the sound of wind and thunder. Boom! A ball of lightning burst out from midair. The half-dragon boss was slapped to the ground by this slap. The most violent and purest power. Awesome! In the form of the earth giant bear, 7,900 points of force attribute. Crushing slap. Burst out a slap with double the power, causing dizziness and shock effects. 7,900 points of strength multiplied by 2. 15,800 points of attack. The body of the half-dragon twisted, shattered, and collapsed during the flight. The eyeball behind the space-time rift stared at Chen Yu, but the pressure it released was constantly disintegrated by the crown. That is the power of the king. The king is unyielding. The eyeball couldn't understand why a professional at level 20 had such a perverted attribute. However, Chen Yu's strength did not make the eyeball retreat, but instead stimulated its stronger ferocity. More life energy was mobilized and rushed into the broken half-dragon's body. The opponent stood up again with vigor and vitality. Its level was actually raised by 1 level to level 60. On the highway more than 10 kilometers away from the Aurora camp in Nanchang. A large number of military armored vehicles cut off the road and directly blocked it. And in the wild mountains and ridges outside the road, there are many professionals shuttling among them. They carry all kinds of filming equipment, find a suitable position, and then broadcast remotely. The object of the live broadcast is naturally the Aurora camp, which is already in full swing at this time. Over there, dense artillery fire is almost non-stop covering bombing. A huge half-dragon boss stands on the battlefield, which is daunting. Human artillery shells bombarded it, but they could never cause much damage to it. If it weren't for the presence of Shogwo Tianwang Yang Yu in front of the half-dragon man. At this moment, the half-dragon man might have killed it. Yang Yu, surrounded by a gust of wind, showed the style of a king at this moment. Arrows one after another drew twisted traces in the sky and bombarded the half-dragon man one after another. Every time, the half-dragon man's attack could be interrupted, causing a large loss of life. But no matter how Yang Yu attacked, the half-dragon man's injuries could always recover quickly. The battle situation was thus stalemate. The battle situation in the Aurora camp in South City has now become the most concerned topic in Yuanguo. Even outside the country, it has been extremely popular. Among those responsible for the live broadcast, there are several obvious foreigners. Friends, although it is far from here, we can still see the battle situation. The previous projection has disappeared. It is said that the power of the trial has invaded reality. Now the support forces of the southern military region are still joining in a steady stream. Yang Yu Tianwang is worthy of being the Tianwang of Xiaoguo. With this combat power, it is no problem to suppress the half-dragon man. A woman in a jacket held a filming equipment and broadcast remotely in the sky. Under her feet was an enlarged version of a pigeon. In the live broadcast circle of Xiaoguo, the woman is quite famous and is called the Little Pigeon. Because she awakened the summoner profession, and the first time she summoned a big pigeon in her life, she has been stable in the top 3 in popularity since she joined the live broadcast. At this time, the pigeon was controlled to stabilize its body. The little pigeon enlarged the focal length of the shooting gun and aimed it in the direction of the Aurora camp. In the live broadcast screen, you can see that many new professionals from South City are escaping continuously. Those responsible for maintaining order and leading them are professionals from various companies and institutions who were preparing to enter the trial world before. Seeing that the trial world has been out of control, they have now given up the idea of joining. Turn to cooperate with the work outside. Anyway, the new people in South City have also obtained a lot of materials, and it is the same to purchase directly from them when the time comes. The number of people in the Little Pigeon's live broadcast room has been jumping, and it has reached more than 10 million at this time. On the live broadcast platform, her live broadcast room has jumped to the first place. The messages in the comment area are one after another, like a waterfall, and it is difficult to see clearly. The Little Pigeon watched the battle with admiration, and explained to the fans in the live broadcast room. Her location is at least more than 20 kilometers away from the Aurora camp. But because she is in the sky, she has a good view. Before arriving here, she actually received a notice from the official Sha country. This time, the authorities did not ban them from broadcasting. The authorities made it clear that if Xiao Gerger was able to broadcast live, they would not stop it. But it was impossible to ask for official assistance. Xiao Gerger asked why, and the answer he got was that it was a conscious action by the authorities. Because they wanted to raise the awareness of the public about the danger of the New World. Before this, not only the citizens of Sha, but people all over the world basically regarded the New World as a game. They acted and fought there recklessly, and even committed illegal acts. Anyway, they could be resurrected after death, which further magnified the dark side of their human nature. Many times, conflicts have arisen between the natives of the New World and the professionals in the real world. Nowadays, in some areas, the natives of the New World have directly blacklisted the professionals. Yang Yu is now on the scene, and the support of the southern military region has gradually arrived. Sha Guo is confident that he can control the situation, so he simply released some media rights. Look, it's Lii Ping from Nanchang University, he's out too. Yang Yu's battle with the half-dragon was very fierce, and both sides were very fast and difficult to catch. Xiaohazi has always focused on the people who escaped from the trial world. And in the camera, at this time, a two-legged flying dragon rushed out. Huang Xiao and others from Nanchang University, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed up. The few people communicated for a while on the spot, and their faces were obviously not good. Student Lii Ping is the most promising student in Nanchang University, and a Dragon Knight with an S-level rating. He and Chaola are known as the twin stars of Nanchang, but why is he the only one who came out? Did student Chaola meet with an accident? The Little Pigeon shook her hair, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She wanted to get closer, but the problem was that the shockwave on the battlefield was too strong. She was just a little pigeon with a strength of level 20, and she really had no confidence in protecting herself. But at this time, she suddenly had an idea. She activated a summoning array, and then summoned a small lizard with colorful scales. Friends, we have seen the battle outside. But do you want to know the situation in the New World? If you want to, double-click and like me. The camera turned, and the audience saw the little pigeon holding the colorful lizard in both hands. As we all know, the equipment in the modern world is basically useless in the New World. Things like cameras can be used for shooting, but it is impossible to broadcast them on the internet. After all, it is impossible for them to build any base stations for you. But the audience who often watch the live broadcast of the little pigeon clearly know the purpose of her summoned beast. The colorful lizard can use the effect of light to assimilate itself with the environment. At the same time, it can also use light and shadow to record and save what the little lizard sees. The original purpose was to act as a reconnaissance pet. But in the little pigeon, a new purpose has been developed. That is to explore the new world and then come back to broadcast it for the audience to see. With this operation, the little pigeon has attracted a lot of popularity for herself. Now everyone has given gifts when they see her little lizard. Seeing the enthusiastic response, the little pigeon nodded heavily. The big pigeon flapped its wings, flew with the help of the airflow, and shuttled through the shock waves of the battlefield. Not long after, it came to the location of 10 kilometers from the battlefield. At this point, she could no longer get close. The little pigeon took out a scroll, tore it open, and a ball of light appeared, sending the little lizard directly 10 kilometers away. Then she closed her eyes and remotely commanded the little lizard to teleport into the new world. Bang! Yang Yu fired another arrow from a distance, causing the half-dragon to kneel on the ground. The violent shock wave suddenly blew the little pigeon away. The troops on the scene seized the opportunity and directly covered the half-dragon with fierce artillery fire, causing the earth to shake. But Yuan Yu's expression was not good. As a sharpshooter, he has the passive skill of Eagle Eye. From his position, he could clearly see that the half-dragon's injuries were recovering rapidly. No, we must first lift the rules of this trial world. Every time the half-dragon seems to use life energy to restore himself, he is actually guiding the breath of the abyss to erode this world. Yuan Yu said, pressing the headset with one hand. Across the channel is the command center of the southern military region. The clean and bright command center was now filled with major military personnel. The leader was a big man with a square face, his brows furrowed into a Chuan shape. He was the commander of the southern military region, a member of the Sha Country Elders Council, Wei Zuo. According to previous intelligence, the name of the South City trial is the illusion of time. It is to reproject the history that happened in the past in the form of an illusion. It's like a cover. If we don't break the cover first, we can't really stop the invasion of the abyss. Quote. The big screen in the command center was showing the situation on the battlefield. Yuan Yu's voice kept coming. Abyss. It was a word that humans would often encounter in the New World after their full awakening. They knew that the New World's biggest headache and biggest enemy was also the abyss. For some unknown reason, the abyss was trying to assimilate the New World. Now, the real world has also entered their field of vision. As an elder of the Sha Kingdom, Wei Zuo needs to know more about the abyss than others. For example, in Europe and in the United States, areas eroded by the abyss have already appeared. In the west of them, Asan has a large amount of land directly abyssalization. These countries now have a lot of energy tied up in the abyss, and have to heavily garrison the relevant areas. Except for the small area caused by the A03 incident in the northwest, Xiaoguo has not yet experienced abyssalization. The abyss erodes not only the land, but also not only gives birth to abyss monsters. What is more terrifying is that the abyss will assimilate humans, causing them to degenerate. The three major cities in the south, Pengcheng, Nanchang, and Yangchang, not only have a large local population, but also a large number of foreign populations. If abyssalization occurs here, it will have a great adverse impact on the south. You can't leave for the time being. Only you can contain this half-dragon. I will let the staff department work out a plan as soon as possible to let the large forces of the southern military region enter the New World. Please do it as soon as possible. I know. Yuan Yu's somewhat helpless voice came, and Wei Zuo nodded. At this time, near the battlefield, dozens of combat staff were frantically collecting data and intelligence in temporary command posts. Various monitoring instruments have been deployed long ago, and data such as energy fluctuations on the battlefield are recorded. The power of illusion is the power of the mysterious side. Technology has almost no effect on it, but the staff are all professionals and their thinking is not rigid. To remove the illusion, we must start with magic. 0*10. The first step is to transfer the legendary props, Dragon Ball, from the capital. The ability of the Mirage Dragon Ball can absorb the power of the illusion, thereby removing the illusion coverage in the real world. The second step is to destroy the illusion-stimulating device inside the trial world, otherwise it will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The illusion will not be born for no reason, it must be supported by a huge energy source. Find the energy source or the stimulating device and destroy it, and then we can truly usher in the final decisive battle. Soon, a report was sent to Yuan Yu in the command center. Not long after, fighter jets flew out of the airport in the capital of Sha Kingdom and headed straight to the south. And near the battlefield, teams of mages carrying monitoring props also began to venture to the New World. As soon as they landed, they saw a huge crack in the sky. The eyeball behind the crack just glanced at them, and the monitoring props in everyone's hands were scrapped. Everyone's face was extremely ugly. Without the help of props, everyone could only search with their own skills. The leading mage looked at everyone helplessly. It's come to this, everyone bring recovery potions and conduct a carpet search. Everyone, this operation must succeed. Even if you faint from exhaustion, you must search until the last moment. The professionals in the military were all professional soldiers. When they heard this, their expressions became solemn and they agreed loudly. Green Camp. Seeing that 90% of the new professionals had been teleported away, Deacon Liu, who entered the camp, looked at Yuan Yuning and Yi Lan. As the owner of the camp, they must hold on until the last moment. So, you mean, Chen Yu is in the core area? The previous scoreboard hanging high in the sky has made Chen Shui well known. After hearing that he went into the depths of the trial world alone, Deacon Liu felt a headache. Each of the top 10 in the trial can be said to be an excellent seed. Cultivating these people can bring higher benefits to Sha country and can improve Sha country's strength faster. And Chen Yu actually has the ability to assist in the battlefield. Whether it is for the military or the association, it is a treasure among treasures. And now, his treasure has gone to the depths of the core alone, which is simply fatal. Deacon Liu wanted to scold Yuan Yuning and the others for making trouble, but after thinking about it, he knew to ignore their business. The old principal was unable to stop Chen Yu at that time, so could he still count on them? Now many teams have gone to support the old principal. If the old principal is out of the suppression state, there may be a solution. Deacon Liu looked up at the sky, not knowing if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the crack was getting bigger and bigger. However, Chen Yu, who Deacon Liu was worried about, was now suppressing the half-dragon boss and beating him wildly. Chen Yu in the form of the earth giant bear bombarded with one palm after another. Even a level 60 half-dragon was so frustrated that he couldn't resist. The most terrifying thing about the half-dragon is the corrosiveness brought by the abyss breath. But facing Chen Yu wearing a crown, it was useless. And Chen Yu's strength is equivalent to that of the half-dragon, and his body size is not inferior at all. The problem is that his attack has the power of thunder. The half-dragon covered by thunder can't lift half of his strength, and his whole body is in a paralyzed state. And Chen Yu has long activated the magic and life crystals, always keeping the lifeline and magic line at a high level. In the distance, the elf Amaya knelt on the ground with her hands clasped together, with a look of admiration on her face. However, Chen Yu's main focus at this moment was not on the half-dragon man. He connected with the crown and was observing the situation in the trial world through the hidden function of the crown. The crown of the wind elf made him extremely compatible with the wind. This place used to be the tribe of the wind elves, and many relics are still buried deep. If the abyss had not appeared in this trial, those relics should have become opportunities for professionals. He had previously used the power of the crown to summon 10 wind element guards to search for relics. As more relics were activated, Chen Yu's control over this forest became higher and higher. He had almost captured several discordant places. In the ancestral land of the wind elves, wind is everything here. But now there are several places where wind cannot exist. He punched the half-dragon man's head into a paste again. But the next moment the half-dragon man roared and recovered. This situation has happened at least 5 times. Chen Yu was about to continue slapping, but he suddenly stopped. The half-dragon man, who had seized the opportunity, hit him in the face with a headbutt, causing his entire head to tilt back. Amaya screamed in the distance. But then Chen Yu laughed loudly. The huge bear stood up and slammed the half-dragon man's chest with one foot, breaking the ground. "Let's go. We found the node." Chen Yu looked at Amaya, waved and shouted at her. There was nothing to do with this unkillable half-dragon man, breaking the node was the most important thing. Chapter 51. After possessing the crown of the wind elves, Chen Yu has explored the area of the trial world. About 1,500 square kilometers. With such a large area, it is no wonder that there was no crowding when millions of awakened professionals from the South City came in. Now the 10 major passages between the deep illusion and the surface illusion are connected. But the real crisis comes from the underground of the trial world. In Chen Yu's perception, there are 3 places where there are unusual breath fluctuations on the ground. The earth giant bear rushed through the forest like a tank, and crushed a road. The eyeball in the sky saw his forward trajectory and immediately saw Chen Yu's purpose. "How can you stop the means of the abyss? I admit that your strength is good, but I want to tell you that you are still too young." The voice of the eyeball came from afar. At this time, the teams that rescued the old principal had just approached, and before they made a move, they saw the eyeball glaring. The dense bloodshot in the pupils extended to the sky like tentacles. The earth shook, and 3 pyramids rose up with a rumble. The surface of the pyramid was full of spots, and even some incomplete parts could be seen. Obviously, although the eyeball said it with disdain. But Chen Yu's actions still interfered with the original process, forcing the eyeball to activate the node in advance. In the real world, the half-dragon who was fighting with Yang Yu Tianwang suddenly roared. Its body quickly collapsed and turned back into pure life energy. In the trial world, the half-dragon who had just recovered also underwent the same changes. The two half-dragons each corresponded to a pyramid, and their bodies were being reorganized. And the third pyramid had no corresponding monster. The eyeball actually cracked its pupil, and a drop of black blood dripped from it. The moment the blood appeared, the old principal and others seemed to have a mountain on their shoulders. The three pyramids all shot out a black light, combining with the corresponding objects. At this time, Chen Yu had just arrived halfway on. After the three pyramids were deployed, the sky of the trial world was like a veil lifted, and the real world could be vaguely seen. In the real world, the trial world could also be seen at this time. The two worlds seemed to be able to merge at any time. The laughter of the eyeballs resounded in these two places, full of joy. No matter how solid the barrier is, it can't resist the erosion of time. The fusion of the world is a rule. Since it is a rule, it can be used. After the words of the eyeballs, the power of the two illusions in the trial world was completely unified, and everything returned to reality. However, the monsters and lives born from the illusion still remained in the real world. At this time, the elf Amaya finally sensed the movement deep in the ruins of the altar. She hurried back to the ruins of the altar and continued the previous prayer call. With the appearance of the prayer, a ball of light began to condense on the altar and connect with a certain place. The movement here was naturally noticed by the eyeballs, but it did not make any move to stop it. Because all its energy at this moment was to maintain the connection between the two worlds. The pressure that had been suppressing the old principle also disappeared at this time. He straightened his back and flew back into the sky. The first thing he saw was a giant bear perched on a hill. Chen Yu, return to the real world immediately. Leave this to us. Shouting to Chen Yu's transformed giant bear, the old principal asked the support team to clean up the monsters. Assist the professionals who are still stranded here to return. At this moment, the existence of the camp is no longer relevant to the overall situation. From the moment the settlement of the novice trial was issued, it announced that everything was over. In the green camp, Yuan Yuning took a deep look into the distance. Mimi and others had gathered around her and began to return under the organization of military personnel. Chen Yu, don't be stubborn, Yuan Yuning muttered to herself and also activated the return light. Everything that happened here was seen by Chen Yu. Including the words of the old principal, he naturally heard it clearly. It's just that other people don't know his situation and just think he is still a newcomer. But now Chen Yu just wants to have a good fight. At least absorb all three beast souls he has before leaving. It is difficult for ordinary opponents to destroy his beast soul. At the same time, he took the crown of the Wind Elves, and he knew the clues inside better than others. The fluctuations from the crown told him that as long as he left, the king's power on the crown would immediately dissipate. A king chose to leave when his territory was in danger. Then he would naturally lose everything that a king should have. Chen Yu turned and jumped off the mountain, rushing towards the node closest to him. There was the half-dragon who had been beaten several times by him before. Obviously, according to the general game process, the enemy boss has entered the second stage. It has reached the second stage, so at least he can beat one or two beast souls, right? The old principal saw Chen Yu's actions in the distance, and his beard almost trembled with anger. He just thought Chen Yu was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers and was floating after getting the first place. I wanted to rush over and bring Chen Yu back, but the change of the blood in the eyeball finally ended. Boom! A pitch-black dragon appeared in the sky, with its wings spread out for nearly 100 meters. Such a huge body directly brought a shock to everyone from the heart. Pitch-black dragon split, LV80. The monster formed by the blood of the abyss dragon fused with the breath of the world, has powerful power. It has a high immunity to all magic effects. The place where it is located is always invaded by the breath of the abyss. It is death. Attribute: unknown. In the real world, a knight covered in black armor also appeared, standing in front of Yang Yu like an iron tower. Pitch Black Dragon Knight, LV-75. The monster formed by the Abyss Knight fused with the breath of the world, has 60% of the ability before death. He is the iron wall of the abyss and the first barrier of the dragon. Attribute: unknown. The mutation of the pyramid energy also ended at the node closest to Chen Yu. A giant ape 10 meters tall appeared at the top of the pyramid. Abyss Demon Ape, LV-75. The guardian beast of the ancestral land of the Wind Elves was transformed by the Abyss. It is proficient in melee combat and is the ancestor of the Elves, martial arts. Attributes: Strength 15,000, Agility 15,000, Constitution 10,000, Spirit 8,000, Will 2,000. Wearing the elf crown, Chen Yu immediately saw the attributes of the demon ape. When he saw the series of attribute values, even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. A level 75 monster, the three attributes of strength, agility and body exceeded 10,000, and the spirit was 8,000, close to 10,000. Except for the decline in will attribute due to the corrosion of the abyss, the others can be called abnormal. And Chen Yu's current giant bear form, the strongest strength attribute is only 7,900. But he was not afraid, but roared with excitement. The demon ape, which had just completed its transformation in the distance, noticed Chen Yu's approach and looked up at the wind elf crown. When it saw Chen Yu for the first time, its attention was attracted by the crown of the Wind Elves. At this time, the voice of the eyeball came faintly. That is the symbol of your old master, and it should not fall into the hands of aliens. Take it back, I will give it to you for safekeeping. These words fell into the ears of the demon ape, and Chen Yu clearly saw the excitement in the demon ape's eyes. The gray hair moved without wind, and sharp fangs were revealed in the cracked mouth. Roar! The demon ape exploded instantly, and its figure disappeared at the top of the pyramid. When it reappeared, it was already beside Chen Yu. He only had time to burst out thunder and twist his body to dodge. But the demon ape still grabbed one of his arms, and then he felt a sharp pain, and his whole arm was twisted off with a snap. The bare body was also thrown out with this force. The whole process took less than a second, and he truly understood the meaning of the 4 words, martial ancestor, in the demon ape's appraisal results. Boom! Chen Yu rolled over a piece of forest and crashed into a large courtyard on the mountainside. His vitality dropped by a quarter. But in fact, his condition was not what vitality could reflect. One arm was directly disabled, which cut off half of his combat power. Quote. The demon ape eroded by the abyss could no longer speak smoothly. But Chen Yu understood what it meant. Hey, I'm not worthy, are you? How many are you worthy of? Chen Yu responded with a ferocious smile and suddenly stimulated his state. Earth barrier. A layer of earth elemental power under his feet covered his entire body and turned into a layer of hard outer armor. Then the earth cracked, and Chen Yu launched Savage Charge. Savage Charge. Lock the target and charge, causing double strength damage, immune to control. He was originally an ordinary person awakening professional power, not those people in the New World who were tempered and grown. In terms of martial arts, he was completely unable to compete with the demon ape, and the opponent's beating him was no different from beating a child. The same force can be very effective in the hands of the opponent. In that case, I won't fight you in this regard. Wild Charge is immune to control, which can just break the magic ape's grappling skills. A deep ditch was plowed between the hills, and Chen Yu was unstoppable. But the magic ape showed contempt on his face. The body swayed slightly, like a willow branch blown by the wind, and passed by Chen Yu. It was obviously an attack with a locking skill, but it still managed to avoid it. This change surprised Chen Yu. But the magic ape didn't give him time to react, and the next second it hugged his neck with both hands. The body of the earth giant bear is huge. Although it is not as tall as the magic ape, it is twice as tall as it horizontally. The action of the magic ape hugging the giant bear's neck looks very funny, but Chen Yu can't laugh. Ha! A low shout. The magic ape put his hands together, and Chen Yu felt dizzy. The earth element armor covering his body broke one after another, and his head turned 360 degrees. The earth bear exploded into energy, revealing Chen Yu's true form. The demon ape's hand reached forward, about to take the crown of the wind elf from his head. On the other side of the ruins of the altar, the elf Amaya, who saw this scene, screamed. Just at this moment, a time-space vortex opened on the altar. In the center of the vortex was a white palace, where people could be vaguely seen. It's the Wind Ape. The Wind Ape has been demonized, and the Druid is no match at all. We are a step late. The passage is suppressed by the power of the Abyss and can no longer be opened. Your Majesty, the power of the Abyss is coming through the time-space passage. Quote. Several voices came out in succession. The elf Amaya shuddered, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to the vortex. Your Majesty, respected adults, please save the Druid. He is the descendant of the Wind One lineage chosen by the spirit of the ancestral land. Hearing Amaya's voice, the figure behind the vortex was obviously shocked. But the Earth Giant Bear was killed by the Demon Ape before, and they couldn't come over at this time and were powerless. Wind One. An elegant voice came from the vortex, and Amaya's body couldn't help but tremble. Just hearing this voice, her mood calmed down for no reason. Because this is the voice of the highest authority of the elves, the Elf Queen. Amaya, it's too late. The Druid is an alien, and aliens have the ability to resurrect. You don't have to worry about his death. What we have to do now is to prevent the return of the Abyss. The hope that Amaya had just raised was shattered by the Queen's words the next moment. The Demon Ape's hand had already grabbed Chen Yu's head. Just as Chen Yu was about to be crushed to death, a surge of power suddenly burst out. Soul sacrifice. The energy transformed from the collapse of the Earth Giant Bear was completely absorbed into Chen Yu's body. Soul sacrifice successfully, absorbing the LV-10 Earth Giant Bear beast soul. Chen Yu, Druid, level 5520. Individual attributes. Strength minus 15,809,480. Agility minus 1,306. Right pointing arrow 2,600. Constitution minus 1,951. Right pointing arrow 3,900. Spirit minus 23,254,650. Will minus 1,092. Right pointing arrow 2,184. Characteristic upgrade. Power. Right pointing arrow earth power. Strength. Abundant power. Chen Yu couldn't help but let out a joyful roar. He raised his fist and punched the arm of the Demon Ape. The Demon Ape twisted its body and instantly retreated 100 meters away, looking at him in doubt. The eyeballs in the sky also looked over involuntarily, also full of doubt. At this time, the old principal led the teams to fight against the dragon. In the entire trial world, except for the eyeballs, only the area where the Elf Amaya was paying attention to Chen Yu. In the vortex, all the sounds fell silent. Although they were not present at the scene, they still clearly felt the changes in Chen Yu. Although his beast soul form had been destroyed, Chen Yu's strength was even stronger than in the beast soul form. He is so powerful, why did he change? And Leeway, you are the Archdruid, do you know what happened? Quote. Someone asked, but got no response. Obviously, the Archdruid named Leeway was also confused. Behind the vortex, in the White Palace. 2.2. In the towering throne above the main seat, a flawless elf woman sat on it. But at this time, her brows were furrowed, and she was also full of doubts. Just now, I felt the fluctuation of sacrifice. Could it be that this alien druid sacrificed his beast soul? The gentle voice of the Elf Queen came out, and the elves in the palace suddenly came back to their senses. One of the elves wearing a leaf cloak was so excited that he hammered the ground with his cane, his eyes wide open. Evil ways. How can the druid lineage have such evil ways? He actually dared to sacrifice his own beast soul. That's our natural partner. And Luiyu's voice was full of anger, but the other elves did not show any obvious anger. Instead, they looked at Chen Yu with interest. At this time, Chen Yu did not know that someone was paying attention to him. In a short time, he had already understood the value of this increase. The perfectly upgraded Earth Giant Bear, in addition to its own powerful strength increase. The rest of the attributes were also absorbed according to the values when he changed. This is several times more than the absorption capacity at the third level before. This means that after the third level, every time he sacrifices and absorbs, it is multiplied. Multiplied enhancement of all ranges and attributes. Chen Yu looked at the Demon Ape in the distance and couldn't help but hook his finger at him. Come on, monkey. Let's start our second round now. Golden light flashes. The Emperor Beetle form is online. Chen Yu, Emperor Beetle LV10 form. Physique, strength plus 200%. Attributes including equipment bonus. Strength minus 37,920. Agility minus 3,120. Physique minus 15,600. Spirit minus 14,880. Will minus 6,989. Abnormal attributes. The majestic Emperor Beetle stands in place, and violent air waves rush in all directions. The Golden Emperor Beetle form. The wind and wings manifested by the crown of the Wind Elves merged into one. The red compound eyes quietly looked at the demon ape in the distance, and stretched out his hand to hook it. The doubt in the demon ape's eyes was gradually covered with blood, and his teeth clenched, making a loud sound. Quote dot 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 question mark quote. Quote dot 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 quote. The demon ape truly felt the enhancement of Chen Yu's attributes, but did not show fear. On the contrary, its contempt for Chen Yu still existed and did not weaken. Bang! The demon ape stepped on the ground, and the hairs on its body exploded, and black patterns spread out from the center of its eyebrows. Those patterns continued down along its neck and soon fell on its limbs and torso. And the individual attributes of the demon ape also began to rise at this moment. Stop it! The wind ape has completely let go of its guard and is accepting the power of the abyss. Once the abyss is completely covered, its strength is likely to return to its peak. In the vortex on the ruins altar, and Luiyu's exasperated voice came out. This time he used magic to assist, so that Chen Yu could also hear these words. This surprised Chen Yu quite a bit. He didn't expect the Alphamaya to really open the passage. But he saw that the back of the vortex passage was still blurry, so he guessed that the passage must not be fully opened. Otherwise, the masters from the Elf Royal Court would have rushed out and resolved the battle long ago. As for the sound behind the vortex, Chen Yu didn't care. Being stronger is better. Chen Yu opened his forearms, and there was a creaking sound between his palms. Now his attributes completely crush the demon ape, and it will not be so easy for the demon ape to continue to blow him up. If the demon ape can also enter the second stage, there is still hope to explode one more beast soul today. He now has 3 beast souls, except for the last world tree he got, the rest are already level 10. After the explosion, he could perfectly absorb the bonus and attributes of the beast soul, which was extremely beneficial. If he absorbed the giant bear and the beetle in succession, he would dare to fight even if the dragon split up. Based on this idea, Chen Yu just sat there and watched the demon ape continue to transform into the abyss. This scene fell into the eyes of the elves behind the vortex, and they were immediately anxious. As a representative of the druids of the elves, and Leeway was so angry that he cursed. Can he sacrifice again? Sacrificing the giant earth bear is not enough, but also sacrificing this emperor beetle at this moment. And Luiyu's age is considered old among the elves, and he is knowledgeable. He recognized the 209 beast soul forms that Chen Yu transformed into at a glance. Hearing what he said, the other elves widened their eyes. Even Her Majesty, who had always been very calm on the throne, raised her eyes slightly. But compared to the angry and Leeway, the elf queen had some strange thoughts in her heart. As the queen of a clan and the symbol of the elf royal court, the queen always considers more things than other elves. She has learned a lot about the aliens through the means of the royal court. Because the attitudes of the various branches of the royal court towards the aliens were divided before, the royal court had never taken the initiative to contact them. But after more than a year of observation, the queen believed that she had learned enough. The world is changing. This change does not change because of the wishes of the major forces in the world. When their world and the world of aliens are really integrated, then everything will always come. By that time, it may be too late for the elf royal court to change. Rather than waiting until that time, it is better to take the initiative to accept now. And the object of acceptance is naturally the alien with natural professional ability. The druid in front of her can just be one of the targets of the assessment. The druid is the son of nature, and she doesn't think Chen Yu will really hurt the beast soul. And Luiyu was just too angry for a moment and didn't change his mind. And Luiyu, this alien druid may just not understand the true core of druids. I observe that although his beast souls are of good quality, they do not have souls. Hearing the queen's words, Anluyu suddenly shut up and looked at Chen Yu carefully. Looking at the vortex from the ancestral land of the Wind Elves, only a vague shadow can be seen. But from their side, it is extremely clear. On the other side, the demon ape had completely completed the abyss transformation, and its hair was pitch black. Its height expanded to about 15 meters, twice as tall as Chen Yu's beetle form. Its attributes rose to an average value of 250,000. Although it was not as powerful as Chen Yu, it relied on its superb martial arts and balanced 5 dimensions. It directly pressed Chen Yu and Chen Yu couldn't even fight back. During this process, mysterious lines appeared in Anluyu's eyes. After observing for a while, he nodded. Your Majesty, you were right, his beast soul has not awakened at all. It was just forcibly absorbed through the soul bead, and it did not resonate with it. It is really hard to understand how a beast soul without resonance can cross the level difference and reach the 4th level. Anluyu's gaze towards Chen Yu became very hot. It was like a gourmet encountering a rare ingredient. After the queen got a definite answer, a faint smile appeared on her face. Everyone, don't forget what we opened the channel for. Quote, we are not here to watch the battle, but to support. Since the out-of-control coordinates cannot accommodate living creatures due to erosion and destruction, then we will deliver props that can help the other side. The elf queen looked at Anluyu, the chief druid in the elf royal court. In this world, when it comes to the knowledge of the druid profession, Anluyu is the undisputed number 1. Anluyu, is there any way to help that alien activate the soul of the beast soul? Your Majesty, this should be done by the druid himself. We have to act in an emergency, there is no time now. Then we can only use the soul-melting seed. Anluyu took out a seed that looked like a winter date from the space prop in his arms. The elf queen stretched out her hand and waved. Immediately, a powerful force fixed the vortex channel. Then she took the seed away from Anluyu's hand and wrapped it with power. Everyone, now I will start the elf royal court's first test of aliens. If this druid can pass this test, he will be qualified to enter the royal court. Now, please use the royal court's scepter to make your decision. As the elf queen finished speaking, all the elves in the White Palace raised their hands. Their expressions were different, some were hesitant, some were serious, some were disdainful, and some were happy. Some quickly raised their hands, and halos emerged from their feet. After a while, 7 halos lit up in the White Palace. 7 votes in favor. In this case, let's start the test of the druid in front of us. Quote. A scepter appeared in the elf queen's hand and she tapped the ground lightly. Tisk. Invisible ripples spread out, carrying the power of the elf queen and the soul-melting seed. The vortex channel shook violently, but was stabilized by the queen's power. In the trial world, Chen Yu's emperor beetle had its shell shattered by the demon ape. The completely abyssalized demon ape no longer distracted itself and completely released its ferocity. Chen Yu had great power but was useless. Although it's embarrassing, I have to resist. Quote. Chen Yu, whose face was half cracked, suddenly spoke out. The demon ape responded to him with a tail like a steel whip. This hit broke a piece of the end of Chen Yu's long horn. But the next moment, Chen Yu's compound eyes suddenly flashed. Emperor Beetle skill armor explosion. Crack, each piece of the carapace on the Emperor Beetle bulged outward, and air gushed out from the gaps between them. The demon ape retreated immediately and narrowly avoided the attack of the carapace that was blown out. For a level 10 Emperor Beetle, armor explosion brings 500% strength damage. After armor explosion, the agility and strength of the ape are increased by 100%. Strength 37,920, right pointing arrow 75,840. Agility minus 3,120, right pointing arrow 6,240. With the skyrocketing agility, Chen Shui finally caught the flaw of the demon ape. Even though the demon ape has an agility of 25,000, he still resolutely attacked. Thunder Heart fully open. Dense lightning burst out from Chen Yu's body, trapping himself and the demon ape inside like a prison. Even if the demon ape has a climax of martial arts, it can't avoid the coverage of thunder. The short paralysis made its movement stop for a moment. At this moment, Chen Yu threw his strongest punch so far. Boom! A hill in the distance was suddenly blown open by the air wave, leaving a huge hole. Over there, the various support teams fighting were shocked by the sudden attack. The invisible attack wave was pushed out all the way, shattering one hill after another. The pyramid where the demon ape was tied was also affected, and the wall was directly broken into several cracks. At the center of the battle between Chen Yu and the demon ape, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated at this time. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. The queen of the elf royal court had just sent out her test power at this time. There was a wave of surprise in her eyes. The power of the test suppressed all the smoke and dust caused by the thunder and fist wind. The demon ape pierced the emperor beetle's chest with one hand, and the long horn of Chen Yu's emperor beetle stopped at the side of the demon ape's waist. The distance between the two was only 1 finger. It's far away. A guy with only strength but no skills. Quote, the demon ape opened his mouth and said to Chen Yu, and pulled out his arm violently, and the emperor beetle immediately shattered into starlight. It also retreated a distance at the same time, looking at Chen Yu in human form with vigilance. It was on guard to see if Chen Yu could strengthen again without reason like before. The power of the test from the elf royal court arrived at the same time and sank into Chen Yu's mind. Whoever saw this scene in front of him, Chen Yu was dead. But the queen did not hesitate at all. Chen Yu's expression moved slightly, and his eyes looked at the ruins of the altar in the distance. You have received a test from the elf royal court. Solve the disaster in the ancestral land of the wind elves and suppress the return of the abyss. If you pass the test, you will be qualified to join the elf royal court. If you pass the test, you will be recognized by the remnants of the wind elves. Test support. Soul fusion seed. Soul fusion seed. Forcefully absorb the soul of a powerful beast spirit and fuse it with your own beast soul to activate your beast spirit, with a success rate of 50%. Failure to fuse will most likely result in your beast soul being unable to activate the beast spirit. Beast spirit. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had seen a statement about beast spirits. Because humans had no contact with the elf royal court, the advancement of the druid profession had always been vague. Everyone had also speculated whether beast souls had true spirits and whether possessing true spirits was a condition for advancement. But so far no one has successfully activated it, which has become an uncertain thing. At the moment, Chen Yu has a bottom line in his mind. Along with the power of the test and the soul-melting seeds came a gentle female voice. Use the soul-melting seeds to fuse your 2 beast souls, so as to increase the success rate. The beast soul with a soul is incomparable in strength. Druids are children of nature, and beast souls are your companions. You must work together with the beast souls to survive this disaster. Hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the wary demon ape not far ahead, and clenched his hands in front of him. Using your own beast soul to fuse can increase the success rate. But that's too wasteful. This is what I worked hard to get. I think it's not bad to use this monkey in front of me to merge. That is, I don't have soul beads, otherwise Chen Yu would want to subdue the demon ape directly. This demon ape was eroded by the abyss, and it is different from the demon dragon, dragon knight, and half-dragon. Its body is the spirit beast of this world, and it can be transformed by the druid. Since it can't be absorbed into the beast soul, let you merge with my beast soul. See what surprises you can give me. Soul sacrifice. The starlight from the Emperor Beetle's explosion was once again sucked into Chen Yu's body. There was an uproar in the White Palace. The corners of Anluiyu's mouth twitched, and his face turned red and black. This alien druid actually sacrificed again. This time everyone was paying attention and really felt the emergence of the power of sacrifice. When the starlight of the Emperor Beetle disappeared, Chen Shui's momentum ushered in another wave of explosion. Soul sacrifice successful. Absorbed LV-10 Emperor Beetle Beast Soul. Chen Yu. Druid. Level 5520. Individual attributes. Strength 948,085,320. Agility 26,008,840. Constitution 390,019,500. Spirit 465,019,530. Will 21,849,173. Inherited characteristics. Perseverance. Without entering the transformation form, the strength attribute is 85,320. Constitution and spirit are also approaching the 20,000 mark. Chen Yu tapped his forehead and awakened the power of the third soul bead in his sea of consciousness. Hello, the third stage is starting now. Do you have the third stage? If you do, then burst out quickly. A huge tree wrapped Chen Yu's body inside, and the huge treetop rose from the ground, covering the sky and the sun. Chen Yu, World Tree LV1 form. Physique, Spirit plus 100%. Attributes including equipment bonus. Strength minus 85,320. Agility minus 10,608. Physique minus 58,500. Spirit minus 101,556. Will minus 29,354. 100,000 level spiritual attributes. The world domain unfolded from Chen Yu's feet, covering the demon ape. Then blessings fell on him one after another, strengthening his strength. Weaknesses fell on the demon ape one after another, suppressing its strength. Chen Yu opened his skill list and selected a skill in the natural magic column. Activate nature spell, tree root entanglement, level 56. Activate nature spell, tree root entanglement, level 55-2. Activate nature spell, tree root entanglement, level 55-3. Tree root entanglement, summon tree roots to fix the enemy to the ground, and cause one approximately 10% spell damage per second. This is one of the signature skills of the nature department. Everyone is more concerned about its tactical role, and its damage ability can only be said to be better than nothing. But that is someone else. Chen Yu is in the form of a world tree at this time. The power of all nature skills is increased by 100%. His 101,556 spiritual attribute, converted into magic damage, is 300,000. As the leader of the nature department, how could the world tree only cause 1% of the damage? It must start from 10%, and even 20% is not impossible. This is at least 30,000 points of damage per second. Martial arts can't beat you. Chen Yu decided to play magic damage with the demon ape. Without giving the demon ape a chance to get close, Chen Yu clasped his hands together. Let you see that my replica really has thousands of hands. The next moment, the earth shook, and countless tree roots suddenly rushed out of the ground and pounced on the demon ape. The demon ape was shocked and turned around and ran away. In the White Palace, all the elves looked at the world tree with dull eyes. BB. World Tree. World Tree. The spiritual symbol of the elf royal court. The symbol of Gensokyo. In the heyday of the elf royal court, there were 9 world trees at the same time. At that time, the elves were the world's #1. Unfortunately, after the war with the Abyss, 6 of the 5 world trees were destroyed. The only 3 left, and 1 fell away. Now there are only 2 world trees left to protect the elves. One of them is the symbol of the royal court, and the ascension of the empresses of all generations must be witnessed by it. When Chen Yu transformed into a world tree, all the elf bosses in the White Palace recognized it instantly. One of the elves with red hair grabbed the dazed Anloyo next to him. Can a druid transform into a world tree? Why didn't you say so earlier, old man? You've lived for so long, why don't you just transform into one? My fire elves will worship you for generations. Hey, what can you fire elves worship? It won't be our water elves who can do it. Haha, speaking of worship, our earth elves can also. At once, several elf bosses surrounded Anluiyu. One of them grabbed Anluiyu with one hand, wishing to turn him into a world tree on the spot. As for the other elves, they were also surprised at this moment. At this moment, those in the White Palace were all big figures in the Elven royal court. In addition to the clan leaders of each branch, there were also several strong men who had obtained honorable positions because of their own abilities. The youngest of them had lived for more than 300 years. The oldest had lived for 900 years, nearly 100 years longer than Anluiyu. But they had never heard that a druid could transform into a world tree. Druids are natural occupations, called sons of nature. As long as they have animal souls, they can transform into all things in nature. Among them, the plant system is naturally a branch of transformation. Anluiyu has a form that can transform into a 100-meter-high ancient war tree. But the ancient war tree is at most a 9th-level soul. The world tree is a perfect 10th-level creature. The difference of 1 level is completely indistinguishable. and Lii Yu was shaken so hard that he couldn't help but transform into an owl bear. Boom! The huge owl bear threw away his companions around and jumped up and down on the ground. I didn't know that druids could transform into world trees. You ask me. Who should I ask? Your Majesty. This alien must be invited back. Can this broken passage still be opened? Just use the super limit teleportation array. The white owl bear stepped on his thighs and ran to the queen in a funny way. The super limit teleportation array was originally called the Infinite Buddha Array. It was a technology developed when the elf royal court was at its peak, and it can be teleported to all parts of the world in an instant. But after so many years, the original teleportation array has long been dilapidated. It is very likely that it will be damaged after being activated once. Should we use this opportunity to take Chen Yu back to the elf royal court? The queen hesitated a little, but the other clan leaders immediately stood up. Your Majesty, there is no time to lose. The teleportation array can be studied and repaired afterwards, but there is only one life. The elf queen looked at the clan leader who was speaking expressionlessly. She really wanted to ask, have you forgotten that aliens have the ability to resurrect? Even if they were killed by the abyss dragon, they would turn around and pat their butts and come back to life. Because the boundary wall was broken, the ancestral land of the Wind Elves was not completely covered by the breath of the abyss. There is no situation where the soul is pulled into the abyss after the death of life. But after all, they are far apart, and who knows how much the abyss has done in the past few hundred years. Don't look at Chen Yu turning into a world tree now, suppressing Feng Yuando. But they could all see that the world tree was not in good condition. If the abyss relapsed again and really captured Chen Yu or killed and absorbed him, it would be too late to regret. Okay, then start the super limited teleportation immediately. The coordinates of the Wind Elves' ancestral land are already available, so locking is not a problem. But in order to ensure the integrity of the teleportation array, the number of people teleported cannot be too many, and 3 is enough. Fire Elves Chief, Gold Elves Chief, Chief Druid. The elf queen tapped her fingers and selected 3 elves. Among them, the Fire Elves and the Gold Elves are both combat experts and are the guarantee of combat power. And Anluo is a druid, and Chen same as the profession. These 3 elves went over and were able to control the situation to the greatest extent. At the same time, the walls around the White Palace disappeared, revealing the blue sky outside. This palace was actually suspended in the sky. There was an area outside the palace where the ground opened up, and a huge altar emerged from below. The red-haired fire elf chief grinned, turned into flames and came to the altar. And Leeway did not remove the tyrant form, spread his wings and flew over. The golden elf chief had a resolute face, raised his feet and took a step, and soon came to the altar. Teams of elf guards, the soldiers, carried out the pure energy crystals and began to fill the altar with energy. In the distance, a group of elves who served and looked like Amaya were very excited. They were the only remaining elves of the Wind Elves, and they couldn't help but burst into tears at this moment. The elf queen stood in front of the throne and inspected the altar. Next to her, there was a tall elf man standing there. Your Majesty, I have no objection to taking this alien back. But he must be under our control. Exa. Hearing the words of the elf man, the queen couldn't help but turn her head to look at him. On the elf royal court side, a series of actions were taking place quickly. And in the trial world, in the ancestral land of the Wind Elves, Chen Yu's battle was also going on happily. The overwhelming tree roots have covered the ground for dozens of kilometers around him. Such a large-scale attack, no matter how high the magic ape's martial arts are, it can't resist. It can destroy 1 tree root, but soon 10 tree roots will entangle him. The destruction speed is less than 1/10 of the generation speed. And in the domain, it was suppressed by the world tree. It was hurt every minute and every second. The demon ape soon lost its ability to resist. And this scene was also seen by the real world and the old principal and others. The old principal's mouth twitched constantly. Even though he had already raised his evaluation of Chen Yu, he didn't expect Chen Yu to be so powerful. Who said before that Chen Yu was suitable for battlefield assistance? This is a killer on the battlefield. The previous giant bear form was brave and invincible, and the beetle form was domineering. The current tree form is even more like a god descending from heaven. The old principal slashed out a wind blade to trap the demon dragon, and turned his head to look in the direction of the world barrier. There, the King Yang Yu was attacking the Black Knight, and their eyes met. This young man must be saved. With just a glance, the two understood each other's meaning. Yang Yu took a deep breath, and the longbow in his hand burst into a dazzling light. The Black Knight in front of him, all his strength is on defense. The purpose of his existence is to delay the progress of professionals in the real world. Yang Yu did not use his full strength to preserve his strength before. But now he can't help it. He is a professional who has been sublimated to the first level. According to the statistics of Sha country, the average attribute of the conventional main profession is 50,000 at level 99. After his sublimation, his strength attribute is as high as 120,000. The difference between sublimation and non-sublimation, in addition to attributes, is also the difference in skills. After the profession is sublimated, the professional has a skill attack called the secret. Ordinary secrets, 10 skills in 1. Must kill secrets, 15 skills in 1. Forbidden spell secrets, 15 or more skills in 1. What he released now was the first ordinary secret he mastered after sublimation. Wind Ring Triple Hit. It is composed of LV10 Storm Shooting, LV10 Extreme Compression, LV10 Over Limit Shooting and other skills. A tornado condensed from Yang Yu's feet, and the terrible pressure forced all the professionals around to retreat. People looked at the sky and Yang Yu with awe. Some anchors who came to live broadcast at the risk of their lives were so excited that they trembled all over. This is the first time that the King of Sha used his ultimate attack in front of people. At this moment, the number of viewers on the Sha Live broadcast platform has skyrocketed. But just when everyone was looking forward to it, all the live broadcast rooms went offline with a unified whoosh. Due to technical failure, the platform live broadcast was temporarily interrupted. Your uncle. I don't know how many people spit out their ancestral swear words when they saw this line of words. Before, the country tacitly allowed live broadcasts because they thought it was harmless. It can even let people see the country's strength in this way. But now it involves the ultimate killing of a king, which is different. If this thing is seen by someone with a heart, it will be studied and cracked by crazy research. Before there is a second person who masters this skill, it will naturally be hidden as long as possible. The Southern Military Region held an emergency meeting. From the highest leaders of the military region to the generals in charge of grassroots operations, all gathered here. The battle situation in the South City camp has been somewhat out of control. Each of them was watching the live broadcast while deploying troops. The commander of the military zone murmured, staring at the screen with a piercing gaze. At this time, Yang Yu's attack had already been condensed. The violent tornado not only helped the skill to accumulate momentum, but also played a role in blocking the enemy. The Black Knight could not stop it at all. In addition to the Black Knight, Yang Yu's target also included the Abyss Dragon in the trial world. Even the eyeball behind the dragon was within the lock range. At this time, the barrier between the trial world and the real world had begun to merge, and he was confident that he could penetrate the attack. The old principal withdrew from the battle with all the support teams and rushed desperately towards Chen Yu. And the eyeball in the sky also narrowed slightly, feeling Yang Yu's lock. Quote. On the other side, Chen Yu finally killed the demon ape. At the moment of the end, a large amount of abyss breath burst out from the demon ape. The tree roots on the ground were all corrupted and rotten all over the ground. Because of the relationship between life and magic crystals, Chen Yu was still in good condition at this time. He continued to summon a large number of tree roots to collide with the abyss aura until the abyss aura on the demon ape disappeared. The world tree disappeared. Chen Yu restored his body and fell to the ground, running all the way to the body of the demon ape. At this time, the demon ape had restored its original gray hair and was deader than dead. He took out the soul melting seed and pressed it on the demon ape's head. The seed took root and sprouted immediately when it touched the demon ape. Soon, a tiny spiritual plant rose from the demon ape's forehead. The soul melting seed has been activated. The soul melting seed is absorbing the beast soul, locking the beast soul as the wind spirit ape. Please invest the second beast soul for fusion. The world tree aura is detected, and the fusion success rate is increased to 100%. Chen Yu did not expect that the ability of the World Tree could also work on the Soul Melting Seed. He thought for a moment and took out the Soul Bead of the Emperor Beetle. The previous battle with the Wind Ape made him quite familiar with the style of the Wind Ape. This is a martial arts master. If you want to merge, you naturally need the most matching beast soul. The Earth Giant Bear has a big and open style, and it is not suitable in terms of attributes or expertise. On the contrary, the Emperor Beetle is more compatible because of its human form. If it merges with the Wind Ape, there may be some wonderful changes. Chen Yu put the Soul Bead on the plant transformed by the Soul Seed, and it was soon wrapped in it. A flower bud suddenly appeared on the top of the spiritual plant. He could clearly feel that the two beast souls inside were colliding fiercely. The elf Amaya came to Chen Yu at some point and knelt beside him with a look of awe. The old principal also arrived with people at this time. But when he saw Chen Yu standing in front of the Wind Ape, staring at the spiritual plant motionlessly, he instantly understood what happened. Is this spiritual plant your reward after killing? Do we have to wait until it's completed before we can evacuate? The old principal asked the support teams to disperse and protect this place. He came to Chen Yu and asked softly. Chen Yu turned around and nodded to the old principal. I am fusing my beast soul and trying to stimulate the beast spirit. Beast spirit? Can the beast soul of a druid really stimulate the beast spirit? Yes, conventional means. Chen Yu explained to the old principal the two ways of druid beast spirit stimulation. The old principal had already shown his attitude towards Chen Yu in the previous action, so Chen Yu did not resist. Hearing Chen Yu's words, the other support teams showed envy and surprise. Especially when they saw Chen Yu with the identification technique use level, and was even more confused. Level 20. You're telling me, the earth-shattering battle just now was caused by a level 20 professional. The members of the support team looked at the corrupt tree roots that were dozens of kilometers around, and their faces were full of question marks. No Zhao. But the old principal is here, and everyone dares not be presumptuous. At this time, a wind whistle that resounded throughout the world suddenly came. Everyone turned around and saw that the Black Knight was blasted into pieces by 10 wind losses. After piercing through the Black Knight, the wind loss burst out another wind ring and continued to kill the dragon. The old principal used all his means but was helpless, and the level 80 dragon was also killed instantly. After killing 2 bosses in a row, the third roar came. The target was directly pointed at the magic eye in the sky. Yang Yu's hands were trembling, and his eyes were fixed on the child's eyes. The wind ring triple attack can be called the secret. In addition to having extremely compressed attack power, it can also absorb the energy of the killed enemy and strengthen itself after each burst of a ring to kill the enemy. If you think that the wind ring triple attack is not as good as one, or that the power of each attack is equal, then you are not far from death. After killing the Black Knight and the dragon, the output value of the third attack is as high as 8 million. Yang Yu is confident that even the few sublimated masters of the United States will not be able to resist this attack. Under the attention of the crowd, Feng Shi suddenly penetrated into the magic eye of the sky. The world seemed to be calm for a moment, immediately followed by a roar, and the storm exploded in all directions. Many professionals of the support team were directly blown away nearly 100 miles away. The old principal unfolded a wind shield. Chen Yu and the Alpha Maya were both guarding behind. But he still groaned, his face turned pale. The 3 pyramids on the ground were revealed, and under such a storm, they were shattered. The fusion of the trial world and the real world stagnated and began to shrink. Kai. Yang Yu couldn't help but clenched his fists. In the real world camp, the young people who came with Yang Yu cheered excitedly. Even the other rookie professionals who had been transported away all leaned out of the car window and looked behind. The sky was cloudless, and layer after layer of explosions covered the sky. Lii Ping, Chaola and others watched this scene silently, each with their own thoughts in their hearts. Triple attack. The third attack has an attack output of 8 million. This is the first time Yang Yu has exploded since he returned to the real world and achieved the status of Heavenly King. The boundary wall that had been gradually fused lost its power to maintain and began to return to its original appearance. While the boundary wall had not yet completely closed, Yang Yu flashed into the trial world. This time there was no more obstruction. Almost half of the areas in the trial world were hit. Not to mention the monsters, even the commander-level boss was gone. All the trees fell down, and the mountains were broken into pieces. Chen Yu stood behind the old principal, looking at the rolling smoke and dust in front of him with emotion. Previously, the old principal broke 13 shields in a row, and then he fought to intercept the shock wave. Some of the other members of the support team who did not enter the shelter range were blown away. This is the power of a professional who has been sublimated to the first level. Chen Yu said softly, looking down at the wrangling flower in front of him. At this time, the flower buds had stopped trembling and gradually returned to calm. The elf Amaya stood beside him and said humbly, "Sir, you have the crown of my Wind Elf clan, and your future achievements will definitely be greater than this." Wind Elf crown. The old principal's ears moved, and he couldn't help but look back at Chen Yu. Before, he was too hurried, so he didn't have time to observe carefully. Now he saw Chen Yu wearing an exquisite crown on his head. Looking at the elf following Chen Yu, the old principal's heartbeat could not help but speed up. So far, no one in the real world has found the existence of the elf royal court. Most of the contacts with elves are in the folk, that is, elves traveling abroad. Now Chen Yu has the crown of the Wind Elves, and is so respected by this elf. Does it mean that Chen Yu may be the first to contact the elf court? If Chen Yu is the representative, Xiaoguo successfully establishes contact with the elf royal court. Then how much will Xiaoguo gain from this national-level exchange? Just thinking about it, the old principal felt that his breathing became heavier. The eyes looking at the elf Amaya could not help but become kind. But before the old principal could speak, a heavy pressure came from afar. This pressure made the old principal's face change, because he had endured it for a long time before. The magic eye. The magic eye is still there. Ignorance. Ignorance. Quote, "What appears here is just my projection, how can you destroy it?" The pressure spread out, covering the entire trial world, and all the smoke and dust were suppressed. The blue sky appeared in front of everyone again. And the evil eye was still hanging high in the sky. "I am the dragon of the abyss. The abyss is immortal, and I am immortal. This invasion has successfully left a mark on the abyss. Next, I will guide the true power of the abyss to descend here. Despair, repent, and regret." The pupil of the demon eye slowly turned, and black liquid gushed out from it, slowly dissipating into the sky. As soon as the liquid dispersed, it immediately turned into extremely fine energy dust. At the same time, the demon eye gradually became illusory. "Finally, we have reached the final stage of the boss." Quote. Chen Yu stretched his neck. He didn't believe what the magic eye said about immortality. If it was really that awesome, why was it destroyed in the ancestral land of the Wind Elves? To the point where it had to use illusions to turn the fake into the real to regain its power. After the 3 pyramids came out, he could no longer feel the breath of the ruins through the crown of the Wind Elves. This proves that the source of the power of the magic dragon, in addition to a part of the abyss. The rest still relies on the legacy of the Wind Elves. The energy dust in the sky began to condense, transform, and take shape. It was a huge 6-winged magic dragon. The size of this magic dragon was not exaggerated, and it was even half the size of the previous pyramid dragon. But the threat from the dragon was extremely strong. Chen Yu felt as if needles were pricking his skin. Yuan Yu looked solemn now, and the joy on his face was gone. Although he did not believe the words of the magic eye, the other party was right in at least one point. That is, the other party's body was not here, and the attack he just launched had little effect. If he had known this, he would have kept his skills. The reason for the outbreak was to end the abnormality here as soon as possible. Chen Shui was determined. Based on the strength Chen Yu showed before, he was definitely the hope of the country. If he was trained, he might be the next king. His main purpose of touring the country this time was to find such talents. The country felt that with the sensitivity of their first-time professionals, they could better discover seeds. In the new era, whichever country has enough strong people will have enough say. As for how to deal with the relationship with the strong, the country is experienced in this regard. We can't let the strong people feel disappointed. Yang Yu was about to go over and meet up with the old principal, but the magic eye that had faded to almost transparent suddenly glared. A cold light instantly exploded on Yang Yu's body, forming a space prison to trap him. This last bit of power is enough to trap you for a minute. I have always overlooked one thing before. Before I redirect the abyss, I think it's better to get rid of this kid first. The magic eye disappeared completely. The six-winged magic dragon condensed, and the ferocious dragon head turned and looked at Chen Yu in the distance. Abyss Dragon, First Order, LV8D. The Abyss Dragon was born after the Abyss devoured the power of the Dragon Clan. It possesses the power of the Abyss and is also an expert in spatial abilities. Attributes: Strength 100,000, Agility 100,000, Constitution 100,000, Spirit 100,000, Will 100,000. The crown on Chen Yu's head trembled slightly, feeding back the information of the Abyss Dragon into his mind. All 5 attributes are 100,000. Perfectly balanced values. Such attributes, plus the Abyss Dragon's Abyss Power, Spatial Power, and Dragon Power. Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being the 3rd stage. Without any hesitation, Chen Yu directly mobilized the soul of the World Tree and transformed into the World Tree form again. The Abyss Dragon had named him and wanted to kill him, and Yang Yu was trapped again, with nowhere to escape. Relying on the old principle and those support teams alone would only add to the casualties. The World Tree stood in front of Rongling Hua, protecting the old principle and others behind it. Chen Yu, don't be impulsive. You are not an opponent. My identification technique tells me that the dragon's attributes are definitely more than 50,000. Quote. It's 100,000. All attributes are 100,000, principal. Chen Yu's voice came, and the old principal's words were interrupted. Even Yang Yu, who was far away, heard Chen Yu's words and showed a look of surprise on his face. Attributes of 100,000, that is the performance of a sublimated professional like him. But even he could not reach 100,000 in terms of spirit and physique, the gap is very large. Once this Abyss Dragon in front of him goes to the real world, it will definitely be a dragon of disaster. Yang Yu gathered his strength and bombarded the invisible space prison continuously to reduce the prison. But no matter how weakened, he could not catch up with the battle between the Abyss Dragon and Chen Yu. In just 1 second, the Abyss Dragon had arrived in front of Chen Yu. The dragon beast swelled up and then blew. The surging purple-black dragon breath madly bombarded the body of the World Tree. The huge body of the World Tree was instantly ignited, and then burned into a torch. During the whole process, Chen Yu couldn't even resist. The World Tree exploded into a sky full of flames, as bright as a rain of fire from the sky. The Abyss Dragon did not stop attacking, and the dragon breath directly locked on Chen Yu, who showed his true form. I had seen it from beginning to end before I knew that Chen Yu could absorb the power of the beast soul. Now I want to take advantage of Chen Yu before he absorbs it and spray him out. Just at this moment, a rainbow of light fell from the sky at the location of the ruins of the altar. 3 figures landed in the trial world one after another. They were the 3 strong men from the elf royal court. But when they arrived, the first thing they saw was the World Tree being blown up by the evil dragon. The druid and Leeway was so upset. No, not only in Leeway, but also the chiefs of the fire and gold elves next to him, and the other elf bosses far away in the White Palace, including the queen. All of them had their hearts pounding. They had no idea whether Chen Yu's beast soul could recover after it collapsed and was sacrificed. According to reason, such a heaven-defying strengthening method would most likely suck the beast soul to nothing. They had just overcome all difficulties and made a decision to provide ultra-long-range support. As a result, Chen Yu blew up the World Tree over there. The elf queen herself was a little upset. The damage to the super-limited teleportation array is secondary. The question is, can you, Chen Yu, not be so reckless? That's the Abyss Dragon. Even if it's not complete, it's definitely not something you, a professional who hasn't yet sublimated, can fight against. Can't you escape? Looking at the scene that turned into sparks all over the sky, the queen was speechless. Chen Yu's talent took effect much faster than the Abyss Dragon expected. Almost at the moment when the World Tree was broken, Chen Yu had already activated his talent. Soul sacrifice successful, absorbing LV1 World Tree Beast Soul. Chen Yu, Druid, level 5520. Individual attributes. Strength 85,320, right pointing arrow 170640. Agility 884,017,680. Constitution 1,950,078,000. Spirit 1,953,078,120. Will 917,318,346. Inherited attribute. World. Strength 170,000. Chen Yu, who appeared at this moment, showed attributes far beyond the Abyss Dragon at level 20. Even his physique and spirit reached 78,000, and he was no longer crushed by the Abyss Dragon. The bearskin coat and clothes on his body were burned to ashes, but the elf crown and wristbands were intact. Chen Yu now has 5 major attributes: Tear, Earth, Calendar, Perseverance, and World. Among them, the weakest effect is Tear, which is just the attack with the tearing effect. The main purpose of Earth Power is to multiply the power attribute. At the same time, when stepping on the ground, life doubles and defense increases by 20%. Perseverance reduces the effect and increases attack when he suffers negative gain. World allows him to carry a small world with him. When he steps on the ground, Earth Power and Perseverance double blessing, and he resists the dragon's breath with difficulty. The dragon's breath of each dragon beast is related to its own characteristics and attributes. The dragon's breath of the Abyss Dragon contains the power of the Abyss. The Abyss has an erosive effect on all creatures in the main world, which happens to be a negative gain. At this time, he directly weakened the power by 25%. The dragon's breath of the Abyss Dragon spews out 200,000 damage per second, and it is still 110,000 after weakening. Chen Yu's vitality is 624,000. Bite the crystals of life and magic, and then rely on its own defense to resist for a few minutes. The premise is that the Abyss Dragon does not use other means. The elves in the distance were still in a state of collapse because of the destruction of the World Tree. They didn't even think about coming to support Chen Yu. It's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Chen Yu never relied on others. He waved his hand and picked the wrangling flower. The bright flower opened in his hand, and the petals fell, turning into nutrients and falling into the Soul Bead. In the Soul Bead, the original pure Emperor Beetle appearance has changed. It looks more like an ape wearing an Emperor Beetle shell. Insect mutation, Emperor Ape Beetle form LV10. Basic blessing. Basic attribute plus 10 per level. Attribute blessing. Constitution, strength plus 200%. Beast spirit activation, larval stage. Young beast spirit personality, perseverance. Young beast spirit blessing, agility plus 200%. Feature perseverance. When suffering from negative gain, the effect is reduced and the attack is increased. Feature martial will. Physical attack increases damage by an additional 30%. Skills. Hard armor. Explosive armor. Pressure. Martial body. Passive, the physical instinct obtained by the martial arts master after thousands of tempers, often called the body of martial arts. Chen Yu couldn't help but speak out. Affected by the breath of the World Tree, the result of the fusion of the spirit seed is 100% successful. The beetle, which had already become pure, added the word mutation again. It's just that the previous mutation was the fusion of dragon blood, and this time it was the fusion of the spirit ape layer. Chen Yu held the Soul Bead and could clearly sense that there was a consciousness in the Soul Bead that was intimate with him. This feeling was very novel, making Chen Yu forget for a moment that he was still under attack. The blood bar dropped straight down, and the beast spirit in the Soul Bead sensed the state of the master and shouted urgently. The Soul Bead actually took the initiative to break away from his palm and flew back into his body. The next second, the Shoe Bead merged with him. The 10-meter-tall Emperor Ape Beetle appeared in front of everyone. It was still the golden and majestic shell, but this time, the beetle was standing. In the gaps and joints of the beetle's shell, you can also see the furry monkey hair. The more obvious feature is the buttocks, where there is a monkey tail moving. The elf trio who were about to make an attacking gesture in the distance stopped again. And Luiyu's face was uncertain. They saw the Emperor Beetle being blown up before. Now it has changed its form again, and it has obviously merged with the Spirit Ape. He didn't know whether it appeared again because of the Spirit Ape or the Soul Bead continued to summon. If the World Tree can only return by fusion, then its value to the Elf Royal Court will be greatly reduced. Because such a World Tree will no longer be pure. Many thoughts flashed through the minds of the three elves at this moment. But Chen Yu had no interest in greeting. At this moment, he was enjoying the pleasure brought by his transformation. Chen Yu, Emperor Ape Beetle, the 55th 10 form. Physique, Strength, Agility plus 200%. Attributes including equipment bonus. Strength minus 511,920. Agility minus 56,576. Physique minus 234,000. Spirit minus 249,984. Will minus 58,707. The Abyss Dragon suddenly found that his dragon breath sprayed on this strange beetle had little effect. Although the Emperor Ape Beetle was bearing the dragon breath, it looked like it was taking a shower, relaxed and carefree. Put more effort, Xiaolong. Not enough, not enough. Chen Yu looked up at the Abyss Dragon, and the beetle opened its mouth, revealing fine and sharp teeth. The cold smile made the Abyss Dragon tremble all over. 234,000 physical strength. More than double that of the Abyss Dragon, plus its own characteristics and defense, the dragon breath is no longer a threat. Chen Yu opened his forearms and took a deep breath. Boom. Taking advantage of the moment when the Abyss Dragon was sluggish, Chen Yu seized the opportunity to grab it. The Abyss Dragon turned around and whipped its tail, but Chen Yu avoided the attack with an extremely natural movement. The stretch of his movements seemed to have known how the Abyss Dragon would attack. This was exactly the same as the posture of the demon ape when fighting him before. This is the effect brought by the martial arts master who knows every move of the enemy after thousands of trials. This is the intuition of the warrior. The cicada knows before the autumn wind blows. Chen Yu fell on the back of the Abyss Dragon, and the third stage of the battle officially began. The Abyss Dragon is nearly 100 meters long. The Emperor Ape Beetle is 10 meters long. The difference between the two is 10 times. But fighting never depends on the size of the body. The Abyss Dragon is naturally very clear about this. It can clearly feel the thin and terrible power in Chen Yu's form. This can only be felt intuitively when the attribute difference between them is too large. Just like when the Abyss Dragon destroyed the World Tree form, the attribute difference between them was double. Now the power difference between it and the Emperor Ape is even greater. Its dragon scales stood up, and a layer of dark gray waves instantly covered itself. This is the power of space that integrates the power of the abyss. The information brought by the elf crown at the beginning clearly pointed out that the Abyss Dragon is a space expert. Bang! Chen Yu swung the long-horned scepter and smashed it. The bombardment of 500,000 forces shook the surrounding space. But the Abyss Dragon itself did not suffer any decent damage at all. The power of the Abyss corrodes and destroys all historical areas of the main world. The Abyss Dragon used this to neutralize Chen Yu's attack effect. Then, it used spatial deflection to disperse Chen Yu's output into the void. With 100% output, the actual damage to the Abyss Dragon was less than 10%. Otherworld professionals, you are all the same. You only have professional abilities and strength, but you don't know how to use them. The voice came, and the dragon body turned over. The claws on Chen Yu's feet tightly grasped the opponent's body, so that he would not be thrown away. Facing the provocation of the Abyss Dragon, Chen Yu did not waste his words. Don't know how to use strength. Compared to the Abyss Dragon who has lived for an unknown period of time. Compared to those professionals in the new world. People in the real world do have this problem. After all, they were just ordinary people not long ago. Can you expect a student to be on par with the great powers who have been immersed in this way for a long time after awakening for a week? It is good enough that they know how to use skills. But people in the real world have no way to fight against the new world. Then how did they explore the new world and tackle various secret realms before? There is another fact in this world, called, use force to break cleverness. Let the breeze blow over the hills, I will break through myself. The forearms unfolded one by one. The golden shell gave him sharp claws, and the cold light was overflowing at this moment. In the sight of Yang Yu, the old principal, and Leeway, the three elves, and the White Palace. Chen Yu shouted. The heavy carapace suddenly exploded. Exploding armor. Explode the carapace to attack the enemy. Cause 500% strength damage and stun. Increase 100% agility and strength. The Emperor Ape Insect Armor has 508,384 strength points, and 500% damage is 250 million. The Abyss Dragon let out a shrill roar under this terrible impact, and its body suddenly paused. Everyone clearly saw that thick blood spurted out of the mouth of the abyss dragon. The scales on its back were all broken and flew away. No matter how great its spatial ability is, it can't withstand such an unreasonable attack. Yuan Yu, and Leeway and others and the elves in the distance couldn't help but feel sympathetic at this time. After Chen Yu's armor exploded, his agility and strength doubled again. The forearms raised high made everyone feel as if their throats were being strangled. I named this move Ola. Oh, you may not understand what Ola is, it's okay, you'll understand it later. Chen Yu opened his mouth under his eyes, and a hot breath gushed out. Before the abyss dragon could react, the forearms left countless afterimages. Ola, 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 Ola. Every punch hits the flesh. Every punch is fatal. Chen Yu, riding on the abyss dragon, punched the dragon's back countless times with his fists. Everyone only heard him shouting, Ola, when he punched. Even the sound of the abyss dragon's bones and tendons breaking was completely suppressed. For every 10 punches Chen Yu threw, one punch triggered tear. The abyss dragon's physique with 100,000 attribute values will be forcibly reduced every time it is torn. As one thing grows stronger, the other loses, and the abyss dragon was blasted from the sky to the ground in just 3 seconds. The rolling smoke and dust completely covered the battle situation. In the process afterwards, everyone could only hear the shouting of Ola and the muffled sound of fists. This magic dragon from the abyss, I don't know how many abilities and skills it has mastered. But under Chen Yu's unreasonable attack, he was unable to exert his power at all. The spine was broken first, followed by the meridians, and the muscles and dragon skin were like broken leather and mud. This fist-to-heart fight, from the punch to the calm, lasted only 1 minute. It was not as magnificent as when Yuan Yu burst out his secrets before. If you look closely, it is more like a street fight. But whether it is Yuan Yu or the 3 great elves who rushed to the scene, their faces are solemn at this moment. Even the elf queen who is far away in the White Palace is slightly open-mouthed. And the high priest who has been standing next to her no longer has the calmness on his face. In his long years, there has never been a record of a person like Chen Yu appearing. He doesn't understand why it was a tough battle, but it ended in 1 minute. After holding it in for a long time, the high priest finally uttered only one word. Barbaric. Too barbaric. There is no beauty. Trial world, the ancestral land of wind elves. Chen Yu stopped punching and gasped for breath. His punch only had 10% effective damage, which was extremely rubbish. But no matter how small the proportion was, it would be a terrifying number if the base number was large enough. At this time, the abyss dragon had completely collapsed. There was no flesh and blood, only energy spots like powdered stardust. Just like when it was transformed before. It was supposed to use this energy to open the abyss channel with itself as the core. But now everything is over. The energy spots flew automatically without wind, and some flew towards the professionals who were still alive in the trial world. The remaining 80% went straight to Chen Yu's body. The upgrade halo flashes. You killed the phantom larva of the abyss dragon. You ended another invasion of the abyss into the main world. The damage you caused to the abyss dragon in this battle accounted for 98.2%. You obtained the title of Dragon Slayer. You obtained level 30 absolute experience energy. You obtained 20 additional bonus skill points. You obtained a legendary treasure chest. The power of the abyss lost control and has been assimilated by the world. You obtained 80% of the rewards. Basic attributes increased by 100 per level. You obtained 20% abyss resistance. You obtained pure life energy, pearl of life. You obtained respect from the elf royal court. Your relationship with the wind elves has been upgraded to honored. You have been marked by the abyss, and from now on you will be the enemy of the abyss, and you will never stop until you die. You have completed all the contents of this trial and obtained the hidden perfect evaluation work. The faction you belong to will receive the gift of fate. A series of information emerged, and Chen Yu was dazzled. But he knew that this was all the reward for him killing the abyss dragon. The first thing he got was that his level was directly raised to level 50, officially entering the level of a mid-level professional. The so-called absolute experience means that no matter what level you are at now, you can upgrade 1 level. Most people will seek absolute experience energy after level 80 or 90. Chen Yu was only level 20 before, so the absolute experience benefit was not great. But he didn't care much about the level, so it didn't matter. This 30 level upgrade brought him a wave of basic attributes. Strength plus 8,280. Agility plus 6,270. Constitution plus 9,375. Spirit plus 12,630. Will plus 6,270. If it were someone else, they would be happy to get this level of attribute points. But Chen Yu, who was used to sacrificing beast souls, seemed very indifferent. Without paying too much attention, Chen Yu checked other gains. This time he got another title, Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer increases the lethality to dragon creatures by 30%, friendly with dragon creatures or hostile to dragon creatures. Strengthen your own coercive skills or abilities, and the effect is increased by 50%. Compared to the previous Historical Observer, the bonus of the Dragon Slayer title is quite substantial. This makes Chen Yu quite satisfied. As for the natural hostility with dragon creatures, he doesn't care at all. If you can't convince with your mouth, just use your fists to convince. I believe that the brains of dragon creatures are not so bad. In addition to level, skill points, and titles, the remaining one is Abyss Resistance. With Abyss Resistance, it means that Chen Yu can fight against Abyss creatures a little. If he had Abyss Resistance before, it would not be so convenient for the Abyss Dragon to reduce his attack. In addition, there are the last two physical rewards. Pearl of Life. Legendary Treasure Chest. Life Pearl. A pearl formed by a large amount of vitality. Effect 1. Extend life by 100 years. Effect 2. Resist one death effect. Effect 3. Repair injuries caused by life withering. Seeing the introduction of the Life Pearl, Chen Yu was overjoyed. This thing is not only equivalent to a large amount of water of life, but also has magical effects. Chen Yu took out the soul pearl of the world tree that had fallen into death, and immediately felt the trembling of the soul pearl. Obviously, the world tree instinctively wanted to devour the life pearl and restore its vitality. But Chen Yu did not give the life pearl to the world tree. First, he didn't know whether this life pearl could make up for the deficit of the world tree. Second, the life pearl has the effect of resurrection, which is equivalent to an extra life. In this dangerous world, having such a safety guarantee can make Chen Yu even more delusional. The life replenishment of the world tree can be done slowly, but he only has one life. Moreover, a bold idea emerged in his mind. If he dies and is reborn, can he also trigger the effect of soul sacrifice? Good boy, I suck myself. Chen Yu took back the restless world tree soul orb, and carefully placed the life orb in his own small world. After sacrificing the world tree, the world characteristic has been transformed into his own effect. After confirming that the world tree cannot affect his own small world, Chen Yu was relieved. Otherwise, the life orb will be left there, and when you need it one day, you will find that it is gone, which will be a lot of fun. After doing all this, Chen Yu picked up a purple gold treasure chest in front of him. This treasure chest does not look big, and the width is only about 40 to 50 centimeters. Legendary Treasure Chest. A treasure chest condensed by the power of the world, and it contains the reward work of the world calendar. Chen Yu had previously made up for the information about treasure chests. Knowing that reward treasure chests are all directly generated by the power of the world. The lowest level is excellent, followed by advanced, rare, legendary, and epic. Legendary is the fourth tier of rewards, the highest reward that can be obtained by conventional means. Originally, rewards of this level would not appear in novice trial players. It's just that the novice trial encountered the corrosion of the abyss, so the difficulty of the trial was increased in disguise. Chen Yu completed the hidden copy, and thus obtained the hidden reward after the trial was settled. He was about to open the treasure chest, and suddenly there was a shout outside. A gust of wind blew away all the smoke and dust around. The old principal, Yuan Yuning, and the support teams were guarding in front of Chen Yu. Opposite them were the three elves who came to the trial world at the last minute. And Leeway had already released his transformed form, and now he looked at Chen Yu with a complicated expression. The expressions of the two team leaders, the fire elf and the gold elf, were also quite wonderful. Before coming, they came with the mentality of solving problems and helping the younger generation. As a result, after arriving, they were shocked by the explosion of the World Tree. Then I saw Chen Yu transformed into the Emperor Ape, and beat the Abyss Dragon with a single blow. The 3 elf bosses were all powerful warriors who had sublimated many times. They did not feel Chen Yu's sublimated aura, proving that Chen Yu was just a newcomer. But how could a newcomer have 500,000 attributes? After the battle, they came to their senses, so they hurried over to check. As a result, the old principal and Yang Yu and others had a misunderstanding, and the two sides had a direct conflict. The supporter team was blown up by the Fire Elf Chief's Resistance Fire Ring. If Yang Yu hadn't arrived in time, he couldn't stop the 3 elves at all. Although Yang Yu had only sublimated once, the secret that had exploded before had already demonstrated his strength. Facing Yang Yu, even the 3 elf bosses had to be cautious. Moreover, if Chen Yu misunderstood and let the other party join the battle, it would be a pain in the ass. At that time, it would be neither right to fight nor not to fight. Except for the Gold Elves, neither the Archdruid nor the chief of the Fire Elves wanted to try the taste of Ola. The little elf Amaya stood anxiously between the two sides, at a loss. "We have no ill intentions, aliens." And Leeway gave the chiefs of the Fire and Gold Elves a look and spoke. And Leeway, who was not in a rage, looked like a kind-hearted old man. But opposite him, there was also a person with a similar role. The old principal raised his eyebrows and laughed for a week. "Elves, your previous actions cannot make us feel relieved." The old principal pointed to the people on his side, most of whom were injured. Seeing this, and Leeway immediately took out 2 bottles of potions and sent them to the old principal with a spell. "It's all a misunderstanding. This is a special healing potion made by our elves, which can quickly recover your injuries. We came here just to fight the Abyss. After all, this is one of our ancestral lands." And Leeway said gently, nodding to Chen Yu. "The young man has been recognized by the Wind Elf Crown, and I believe he will understand what we say." After hearing and Luiyu's words, the old principal and Yang Yu noticed that Chen Yu had come. Chen Yu had explained the matter of the Wind Elf Crown to the old principal before, and he said that this was the fact. The elf Amaya also ran quickly to Chen Yu's side. Seeing that Chen Yu was safe and sound, the elf was completely relieved. Chen Yu did not cancel the transformation, but lifted Amaya to his shoulder. "My lord, it's great that you are okay. Haha, it's all solved. The Abyss transformation process has been interrupted. Unless they spend hundreds of years invading again, it will be safe here." Quote. Chen Yu said to Amaya, Yang Yu and others with a smile. He looked up at the sky at the same time. The signs of the fusion of the world barriers before have completely disappeared. Now they can only activate the teleportation to return if they want to go back. But before that, Chen Yu looked at Leeway and the other 2 with interest. "Are you from the Elf Royal Court?" "Yes, my name is Leeway, and I am the chief druid of the Royal Court." "My name is Agaya, the chief of the Fire Elf lineage." "My name is Madri, the chief of the Gold Elf lineage." The 3 elf bosses stretched out their hands at the same time, and a mysterious rune mountain was stimulated from their fingertips. The Fire Elf Chief's fingertips were red flame-shaped runes. The Gold Elf Chief's fingertips were golden cross-shaped runes. And the Druid Anloyos were claws, fangs and vines. The 3 runes were different in shape, but they were all the same. That was a big tree in the core. That was the symbol of the Elf Royal Court, the rune of the World Tree. It represented that they were all attached to the Royal Court and loyal to the Queen. This was a rune that could only exist if it was recognized by the Royal Court. Once the rune appeared, it proved that the identities of the 3 elves were certain. The elf Amaya knelt respectfully on the ground and saluted the 3 elf adults. The old principal glanced at Yang Yu silently, and the thoughts in his eyes were hidden and agile. Because of his close relationship with the old principal, Yang Yu understood the meaning at once. Developed, Sha will be the first real-world country to establish contact with the Elf Royal Court. The mysterious and rich Elf Royal Court will bring them countless wealth. The old principal and Yang Yu were communicating in secret, while Chen Yu stepped forward. The 3 elf bosses put away the runes and looked at Chen Yu with a serious face. Because of the activation of this elf, the Royal Court received the call for help from this place. But the teleportation array can no longer be teleported due to the erosion of the abyss over the years. So we can only use the Royal Court's unique super limit teleportation, but we are still a step late. And Leeway was wearing a coat made of fur and leaves, and he looked a circle bigger. He first explained to Chen Yu why he and others were late. Seeing Chen Yu nod in approval, he asked the question they were most concerned about. Young man, is there a world tree in one of your soul beads? As soon as this was said, the fire and gold elf chiefs became nervous. The elves such as the Queen of Elf and the High Priest far away in the White Palace also held their breath and concentrated. The old principal of 497 grasped the key point at once, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Yu also understood in his heart why the elves were so violent. The strength of these 3 elf bosses was stronger than them, and I don't know how many turns of sublimation they had. He could feel a sense of oppression when he was close. It turned out to be the world tree that he changed. It was a gift from the core of the deep illusion when he passed the level. Chen Yu stretched out his hand and touched his forehead, and the soul bead containing the world tree was taken out by him. Once the soul bead is used, it is bound to the druid. Even if an outsider snatched it away, Chen Yu would return the soul bead to his soul with a thought. So he boldly showed the soul bead to Anluiyu and other elves. When they saw the world tree condensed with energy in the soul bead, their breathing became heavier. And Leeway was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and his long beard was jumping. He wanted to go forward, but the old principal and Yuan Yuning blocked him on the left and right. Before the relationship between them was officially confirmed, they would not let the elves get close to Chen Yu. They would not believe that the elves were a race that loved beauty and a symbol of peace. Any race that could survive through many crises could not be so simple. And Leeway stopped when he saw this. He continued in a hoarse voice. We felt that you used the power of sacrifice before. We want to know, can your world tree soul bead be restored? White Palace. The elf queen could not help but stand up from the throne. The high priest's eyes were also fixed on Chen Yu. Chen Yu smiled slightly and took the soul bead back into his body. Of course, just like other soul beads, as long as the repair is completed, it will change. Quote. And Loyo is also a druid, so Chen Yu did not explain too much. Most of the abilities of a druid come from the beast soul. It is not easy to cultivate a beast soul. You can't just get a new one when one explodes, right? Then the druid profession will be completely unplayable. Anluiyu and other elves heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. It's good that it can recover. It's good that it can recover. Anluiyu clapped his hands happily. I found that world tree in the deep illusion of the trial. It was in a state of suspended animation at the time and could collapse at any time. By chance, it became my beast soul and borrowed my life to keep the spiritual fire burning. Chen Yu briefly explained the origin of the world tree. In the White Palace, the historian of the elf royal court, the old elf who was older than Anluiyu, suddenly said, "Oh." He stretched out his hand and drew in the air, summoning an illusory book, which flipped over. Not long after, he pressed a page. What this young man encountered should be the world tree of the Wind Elves. Wentalar. No, Wentalar has been destroyed in the battle with the Abyss. The historian looked distressed. However, at this time, the elf queen spoke. The mystery of the world tree is difficult for us to study thoroughly. The ancestor tree can use its branches to transform into the other 8 world trees. Then Wentalar may also be able to transform into new saplings before it is destroyed. As the symbol of the clan, the elf queen has an eternal contract with the world tree ancestor. If there is anyone in the world who knows the world tree best, it is the NV Hoyuan family. After hearing her words, the other elves showed thoughtful expressions. Only the high priest still had a serious face. Trial world. After getting Chen Yu's answer, Enloyue and the other 2 were completely relieved. Enloyue immediately invited Chen Yu to go back to the elf royal court with them. He said that the elf royal court would welcome Chen Yu with friendly etiquette. If the old principal and Yang Yu are worried, they can go together. The old principal looked at Chen Yu the first time he heard it. But he didn't expect Chen Yu to refuse directly. I refuse. Hearing this reply, the old principal was relieved. In his eyes, Chen Yu is the hope of Xiaoguo's future. If he is invited by the elf royal court, it is uncertain whether he can come back at that time. Obviously, Chen Yu also thought of this. They are not taking action now, but they don't want to get hurt for nothing. If they really fight, the 3 elf bosses will be injured, but everyone on the Sha countryside will die. Yang Yu's secret is strong, but facing these elves, there is no guarantee that he can hit. If the secret can't hit people, what's the use of it even if it is strong? Now the elf royal court has taken a fancy to Chen Yu's world tree. They want to invite him to plot something, so their attitude is naturally rude. When they arrive at their territory, whether it is round or flat, they will be manipulated by others. The faces of the 3 elves of Anluiyu change. Anluiyu wanted to say something, but he heard the voice of the queen from behind. After the vortex on the ruins of the altar, the voice of the queen echoed in the sky. It doesn't matter. The wind elves have set off for their ancestral land, and they will rebuild here. From now on, this will be the city where our elf royal court communicates with you, the aliens. Quote. They will arrive in about 3 months. During this period, Anluiyu and his team will also be there to carry out preliminary repairs. During this period, perhaps we can get to know each other better. I will invite you again in 3 months. After the elf queen finished speaking, Anluiyu and the other 2 took a step back. The vortex channel on the ruins altar gradually dissipated. The elf queen's gentle voice came again before the channel disappeared. Tell me your name, alien. Chen Yu. Nice to meet you, Chen Yu. You have gained the friendship of the elf royal court. I believe we will prove this. The voice became softer and softer until the vortex channel completely disappeared and the queen's business was completely calm. And Leeway looked at Chen Yu and stretched out his hand in front of him. Young man, I know you are worried about us. We will be here for the next 3 months, and you can come anytime. I see that your use and understanding of druids are very superficial, which really wastes your talent. If you are interested, I can guide you. And Leeway spoke, and his body suddenly changed into a giant bird. The chiefs of the fire elf and the gold elf also jumped on his back and flew into the sky together. Before leaving, and Leeway looked at the elf Amaya. Little guy, you are the descendant of the wind who came out of the royal court to experience. During this time, you will practice with us here to improve your abilities. Quote. Hearing Anluo's words, Amaya showed an expression of interest. But she still looked at Chen Yu first, as if to ask for Chen Yu's consent. This made Chen Yu quite amused. This little girl seemed to really treat him as an adult. Amaya was a native. Now that the world barrier was restored, she couldn't leave with him. Since they were all staying here, it would be better to practice with these 3 big guys. Chen Yu was inspired and reached out to touch the crown on his head. A ball of green wind surrounded his fingertips and fell on Amaya's head with his fingers. Amaya was so moved that she shed tears, jumped to the ground, and knelt down facing Chen Yu. Thank you for your blessing, sir. Blessing. Chen Yu looked at Amaya, and then at Anluo in the sky, and found that they were also surprised. This seemed to be a blessing from the king of wind elves. But he had never known that there was such an operation before. This was just an idea that suddenly came to him. But anyway, it seemed to work well. Amaya left this place with Anluo with satisfaction. The support team sent out a signal, and all the teams that remained in the trial world were summoned. From the beginning to now, the whole process of this trial can be said to be completely out of the control of the official. Conservatively estimated, more than 70% of the newcomers used it in this trial. More than half of the professionals in the association and the military have also been resurrected. Now the entire South City camp has been taken over by the Southern Military Region. Various response plans and summaries for this trial are being carried out in an orderly manner. As the King of Heaven, Yang Yu naturally became the supreme commander at this time. And the old principal couldn't care about anything else at this time, and sat on the ground to recover from his injuries. It must be said that the elf potion given by Enloyue is really powerful. Everyone just shared a little bit, and they felt that their injuries were recovering rapidly. Even, as long as they rest properly, some hidden injuries accumulated in the body will recover. Chen Yu also sat next to the old principal. In front of the old principal, he took out the legendary treasure chest directly. As expected, as soon as this purple gold treasure chest appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The rest were professionals directly under the military and the association, and Chen Yu was not afraid of being snatched. Besides, he has always maintained the transformation of the Emperor Ape Beetle. With that abnormal attribute, even Yang Yu is not sure if he can definitely take him down. It seems that this trial is really your blessing. The old principal is someone who has seen the legendary treasure chest, but it's fine after that. He pays more attention to Chen Yu. Who would have thought that this young man in front of him brought great pressure? It has been less than a month since the awakening. When Nanchang awakened before, I don't know how many people listed various lists. What are the new stars of Nanchang, the new stars of Nanjing University, the most promising newcomers, etc. For example, Lii Ping, a dragon knight, attracted everyone's attention as soon as he awakened. But compared with Chen Yu, there is really a world of difference. In the entire South City, there are probably no more than 5 professionals who can match Chen Yu. With rich combat experience, the old principal has guessed that Chen Yu's strength attribute is definitely more than 300,000. Even if the transformation form is released, it is still 100,000 under normal conditions. This is already the level of the top professionals. Newcomer. Ha, what a newcomer. Although there are also levels of legendary treasure chests, the things that come out of this thing are all top-notch without exception. The most important thing about legendary items is the magic they possess. Open it, let me see what you can get. Hearing the old principal's words, Chen Yu couldn't help but look forward to it even more. He seriously released the transformation form, and then took out a bottle of clean water and washed his hands. Under the attention of everyone, with a click, the treasure chest was opened. Buzz! A golden light shot up into the sky. Even in the distance, and Leeway and others near the ruins altar saw the golden light. After the treasure chest was opened, it turned into starlight and dissipated. What remained in Chen Yu's hand was a belt. Natural belt. Legendary equipment, special reward, bound to your soul. Son of Nature set component 1/5. Attribute blessing. All attributes plus 50%. Legend blessing. Bind natural skills, gain 30% skill effect increase. Son of Nature set, when the number is 3/4, 5 pieces, each will increase 10 legend blessings. Chen Yu saw the attribute introduction of the belt immediately. Legendary equipment is rated S in the official evaluation system. All attribute blessing 50%, this effect falls on Chen Yu, it is quite terrifying. Percentage blessing, the stronger the foundation, the stronger the effect. 0.0 not to mention that Chen Yu also has the talent of soul sacrifice. In addition, there is a legendary blessing that can bind one's own core skills. Without any conditions, one of your skills can be permanently increased by 30%. Chen Yu compared the effect of the belt with the Crown of the Wind Elf. As legendary equipment, Crown of the Wind Elf also has only one piece, but the effect is much stronger. However, natural belt as a set component. I believe that after the set is complete, it will not be weaker than Crown of the Wind Elf. Without hiding, Chen Yu generously shared the information of the belt with the old principal and Yang Yu. This thing, like Crown of the Wind Elf, is to be included in the official database. This is for the convenience of everyone, so that they will not be confused when encountering similar items in the future. The more detailed the official database is, the more convenient it is for everyone to explore the new world. It seems that the rewarded items are closely related to the information of the recipient. I passed a trial and got a legendary reward, which was my bow. And Chen Yu, you are a natural druid, so you got the natural belt. Yang Yu took out his giant bow and showed it to Chen Yu. As a shooter, he got a shooter weapon. All this has its own destiny. Natural belt looks like it is made of unknown plants, and it feels neither gold nor leather. After Chen Yu put it on, he immediately felt that his attributes became stronger. Bind one of my own skills. I wonder if it can be bound to a core basic skill. Chen Yu looked at Yang Yu and the old principal, and suddenly asked curiously. Both of them were stunned when they heard it, and then they shook their heads with a wry smile. That's not clear. Chen Yu, what do you want to bind? The old principal stroked his beard and asked in confusion. Beast soul skills. After each profession awakens, it will have 3 basic skills. These 3 skills are called core foundations. The unique ability that determines the characteristics of the profession. After Chen Yu changed his profession to druid, his initial core basic skills were Nature's power, Nature's heart, and beast soul. Nature's power allows him to gain a certain status when he is in a natural environment. At the same time, it can also effectively resist some charm and coercion damage. Nature's heart gives Chen Yu the ability to sense all things in nature. It is also one of the important helpers for his rapid development in the early stage. These two skills are also the basic skills that most natural professions have. But the third one, Beast Soul, is unique to druids. Through Beast Soul, druids can have the ability to change into animal form. They change their form and thus have all kinds of magical and mysterious powers. After the Beast Soul skill is upgraded to the maximum level 5, it has the ability to inspire the spirit of the Beast Soul. But so far, no druid has successfully activated it in the real world. The reason why Chen Yu made this choice is because he has never relied on other skills to fight. There are restrictions on the release of druid skills by Beast Soul. For example, in the forms of Earth Giant Bear and Emperor Ape Beetle, Chen Yu cannot release spell attacks. He can only release the natural spells in the skill list when he transforms into the World Tree form. Correspondingly, in the World Tree form, he cannot release physical attack skills. If the precious enhancement quota is used on these skills, it is undoubtedly self-limiting. In this case, just use it on Beast Soul. Hearing Chen Yu's reply, the old principal and Yang Yu instantly understood his considerations. It is not a bad choice. I think we can try it. Quote. The two seniors agreed, and Chen Yu did not hesitate anymore. After he equipped the belt on his body, he immediately felt a mysterious induction. Directing this induction into the soul, he could immediately see a layer of light appearing on the skill list. Chen Yu directly locked the Beast Soul skill. Natural Belt Legend Blessing activated. Select skill Beast Soul. Blessing completed. Boom. Chen Yu only felt his head sink. The place where the soul beads were stored in his mind suddenly spun, as if it had turned into a nebula. The 3 soul beads rotated neatly according to some 09 rules, like planets. And in the center of the belt on his waist, a soul bead style core also emerged. When Chen Yu reached out and touched the core, he sensed the state of the soul bead. Beast Soul LV5 Legend Enhanced. Enhancement Effect 1. Beast Soul Transformation Attributes increased by 30%. Enhancement Effect 2. With the natural belt, the Beast Soul can automatically enter the recovery state after it is silent. The effect of the enhanced Beast Soul skill emerged. Chen Yu couldn't help but be amazed when he saw it. In addition to the attribute enhancement that had been guessed before, it also comes with an automatic recovery ability. After the Beast Soul is blown up, the soul bead will enter a dormant state. In this state, the Beast Soul must be awakened by the combination of specific materials. Then you can restore life, status, etc. Awakening is not difficult, but the difficult part is that those materials need to be matched on the spot. In a combat environment, the enemy will not give you this time at all. Unless your teammates help you delay time. But now Chen Yu's belt has the ability to awaken and recover. Even if he does nothing, the Beast Soul can slowly recover with the help of the belt. At this time, his hand on the belt can clearly sense the recovery of the soul bead. Giant Earth Bear, 1%, extremely weak. Emperor Ape Beetle, 100% good status. World Tree Dead Silence -10%, extremely weak. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. A bunch of question marks appeared on Chen Yu's forehead. The 1% of the Earth Giant Bear can be understood, after all, it has just started to recover. But what is this -10% of the World Tree? Can the recovery status be negative? Chen Yu immediately sensed the soul bead where the World Tree was. Only after seeing it did he understand. The World Tree, which was already in a dead state, survived by locking his life. Every time the World Tree was blown up, it would cause its status to deteriorate. This time it started to recover from -10%. The next time might start from -50%. If it becomes -100% one day, it means that the World Tree has completely dissipated. Seeing this, Chen Yu was still in shock. Fortunately, he had the natural belt and discovered this in time. If he used awakening materials to awaken the World Tree like other beast souls, then the potential of the World Tree will be consumed, and each awakening is equivalent to a drop in rank. Only the natural belt can ensure the perfect awakening of the World Tree. With a long sigh of relief, Chen Yu patted his belt with satisfaction. He only has 3 pieces of equipment left on him now, but without exception, they are all top-notch among top-notch. Spirit Tree Wristband is rated A level, and is related to the Elf Powerhouse of the Year. Crown of the Wind Elf is rated S level, a legendary equipment, and is a symbol of the Wind Elf lineage. Natural Belt is rated S level, a legendary equipment, and can even form a set. If a newcomer has such equipment, it would be shocking to say it out. But Chen Yu is not worried about his own powerful attributes. At this time, all the support teams have gathered. The old principal and Yang Yu ask the military and the association to organize their own retreat, and the search work here can be left to the later ones. What they have to do now is to hurry back. Too many things happened in this trial. This is not just the first time they have such a direct confrontation with the Abyss. Later, they even encountered the Elf Royal Court. After submitting these things, Yang Yu could imagine how shocked the senior elders would be. In the eyes of Yang Yu and the old principal, these 2 things were not as important as Chen Yu in front of them. This young man who had awakened for less than a month showed them a perverted growth rate. If they could help Chen Yu grow up completely, the picture would be too beautiful for both of them to think about. Without staying too long, everyone activated the teleportation and returned, turning into light and disappearing on the spot. Elf Royal Court, White Palace. Your Majesty, is your attitude towards that alien too humble? As one of the only remaining poles in the world, please remember to maintain our dignity. The High Priest held the scepter and looked at the Elf Queen sitting on the throne. After saying this, he turned and left the palace. The other elf masters and the clan leaders of each branch also said goodbye and left. In the huge palace, only the queen was left. The Elf Queen leaned gently on the back of the wide throne with a gloomy look. She didn't take the words of the High Priest to heart. The Elf Royal Court was once glorious. Of the 5 great empires back then, only the Elves and the Holy Empire remained unified. The Queen herself knew that the Elf Royal Court only looked strong now. This outer shell would be forced to fall off in a fierce war. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of covetousness the Elf Royal Court will face at that time. It is not that the elves do not want to go out on their own initiative after being away from the world for so long. It is because they have too many taboos and have to do it. At this time, when she met an anomaly like Chen Yu, the queen felt that she seemed to have grasped something. She wanted to see whether Chen Yu could bring her the changes she wanted. For this ancient empire, for this imperial court, create glory again. A druid who has not yet sublimated and is still in the learning state. He actually has the ability to hammer the young Abyss Dragon. During the whole process, the Abyss Dragon had no ability to fight back. You know, although the Abyss Dragon is a juvenile, its body has lived for who knows how many years. She just watched the battle process and roughly guessed Chen Yu's attribute level. The standard 100,000 moving average, especially the strength, must have exceeded the 500,000 limit. Thinking of this, the Elf Queen couldn't help but feel frightened by Chen Yu's strength. So terrifying. When she was at Chen Yu's stage, her strength was not even as good as Chen Yu's. She was appointed as the heir to the queen since she was a child. She received all the best training to have such strength. The old saying of the imperial court, as long as you are a druid, you can join the elf imperial court. Little guy, show your potential to the fullest. The Elf Queen said faintly. On the large square outside the White Palace, teams of wind elves have already set off. They command a large number of pack animals and drive huge pack carts. Under the teleportation of the teleportation array, they began to leave the palace. The Elf Royal Court is far away from the ancestral land of the Wind Elves, and they cannot teleport there at once. Even the ordinary teleportation array cannot accommodate such a large team. So the Wind Elves can only rely on the power of the Royal Court, first teleport to the border, and then walk to their ancestral land. Since the destruction of the ancestral land, the Wind Elves have been displaced. Some of the tribesmen traveled around, and the rest lived in the Royal Court. Although everyone is a member of the elf family, the Wind Elves always feel like they are dependent on others. After all, if they lose their ancestral land, they will have no life. The Wind Elves who cannot participate in the Royal Court's meetings have a fire in their hearts. Like Amaya, the Wind Elves who go around looking for opportunities are actually looking for ways to restore their bloodline. Their goal is to make a king appear again in the Wind Elves. Amaya's situation in the ancestral land has been spread throughout the tribe, making many Wind Elves excited. This trip to the ancestral land was supported by the royal court. Not only did they provide a large amount of construction materials and supplies, but also many precious resources. These resources are enough for them to rebuild a palace in the ancestral land of the Wind Elves. The royal court has almost no requirements for them, just let them take root there. Represent the royal court to communicate with aliens, and serve as an outpost for the royal court's external exploration and communication. The Wind Elves naturally have no objection to this. But many of them are impatient to set off first. The target of these elves is Chen Yu. To be precise, it is the crown of the Wind Elves on Chen Yu. They believe that the reason why the Wind Elves have not been able to produce another king is because of the loss of the crown. Near the large square where the Wind Elves set out, the elf bosses of other branches are also watching silently. The super limit transmission has been closed at this time. Because of the small number of people and the short opening time, the magic circle has not been damaged. However, there are still many elf mages who are checking and reinforcing non-stop. The entire Imperial Palace is rarely bustling. This makes the elf bosses sigh. I hope that your Majesty's action this time will have a good result. The oracle from the Holy Empire is a bit too exaggerated. The bosses stopped talking about the topic and didn't say anything more. In the real world, the South City camp. A stream of light appeared in the camp. When Chen Yu adapted to the changes in the environment in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. Inside and outside the camp, the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. I saw that the periphery of the camp had been surrounded by dense armored vehicles. In the distance, there were more artillery batteries standing there. And around the armored vehicles and artillery batteries, there was a team of military professionals with a solemn military appearance. Several professionals with a strong aura stood on the strongest side. After a brief feeling, it was roughly at the level of 50 to 60. And the teams in the rear were also around 30 to 40. Chen Yu nodded secretly. This was the level that the professionals of the Sha Kingdom military should have. Before, the Nanchung camp was just a camp for newcomers, and the professionals sent were all around level 20. Meet the king. I am Lu Dekan, the second-level commander of the Southern Military Region, and I have been ordered to take over this place. Thank you for your hard work. The crisis has been resolved. I will contact the commander personally. Yang Yu waved his hand and said to the professional who led the team. At this time, in addition to the people from the military and the association, there were also a small number of civilian professionals who stayed in the camp. Such as the vice president of Nanchung University with a complicated expression. There were also leaders of major institutions and companies. Next to them were the young people and female teachers who followed Yang Yu. When Lu Dekan heard Yang Yu's words, 580 immediately prepared to lead the king to the communication room. But Yang Yu turned around and looked at Chen Yu, smiling and extending his hand. Let's go. You must report this performance to the country. Yang Yu's tone was a bit joking, and Chen Yu also smiled. Of course, he knew that he couldn't hide at this time. Since he couldn't keep a low profile, he would carry it from the beginning to the end. This time, he really crushed it from the beginning to the end. Only by standing in front of the management with the highest attitude can you get the highest attention. This is the best way at the moment. Chen Yu took a step, and the old principal followed him. The two of them walked to the communication room with Yang Yu and Lu Dekan. People who saw Yang Yu's attitude towards Chen Yu from a distance were a little surprised at this time. That's the King of Heaven. At present, Xiaoguo is one of the top people in terms of status and strength. Even the elders of the Elders' Council actually have to serve the King of Heaven. This is an inevitable result in the new era. You can't ask a strong professional to listen to the words of weak professionals or even ordinary people. This time, the King of Heaven is also preparing for the kings to take over power. These news are not secrets for the top people. The big guys present also knew a little bit. So, they were surprised by Yang Yu's attitude towards Chen Yu. So kind, so friendly. That's Yang Yu's junior, Principal Huang. I remember that person as a student of your school. Someone simply found Vice Principal Huang and others who were waiting nearby. In order to compete for the position of principal, Vice Principal Huang was also very active in the South City Circle and knew many people. But now he knows that the old principal's appointment was ordered by the elders. Even if the old principal did something wrong, no one could drive him out of the position of principal. Vice Principal Huang's actions immediately became a joke. He only knew these news after the old principal showed his strength and entered the trial world. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. Hearing the questions from others, he just nodded woodenly. Chen Yu, the first in this trial points, the profession is Druid. The trial results have been spread as the new professionals left. Everyone already knew that Lii Ping failed to get the first place in points. Even after coming out, Chaola publicly announced his breakup with Lii Ping. The twin stars of Nanchang University were disbanded not long after they were formed, which caused a sensation. When they heard Chen Yu's name, the others all showed their understanding. It turned out that he was the first in points, and perhaps because of this, he was recognized by the king. Maybe he was also taken as a seed by the king and prepared to be cultivated. The more people thought about it, the more they felt it made sense. The young people who followed Yang Yu before were full of envy at this time. They were all students from Yang Yu's hometown Pengcheng, and regarded Yang Yu as an idol. I really envy this Chen Yu. We must also grow up as soon as possible. Southern Military Region. The conference room was quiet. The commander quietly took out a pack of cigarettes, lit it and started smoking. With the leader, the others also started smoking, and the air was filled with smoke. Everyone's expressions looked very subtle. 5 minutes ago, the King Yang Yu had just ended a video call with them. Yang Yu briefly recounted what happened in the trial world. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. But the content of these 10 minutes has silenced the bigwigs of the Southern Military Region. The name of the newcomer Chen Yu was firmly engraved in the minds of everyone present. First in the rookie trial. Independently solved the deep illusion in the trial, and shattered 5 nodes by himself. Defeated the half-dragon boss. Find out the keynote of the trial's abyssization, forcing the magic eye to start and advance. Killed 2 of the 3 final bosses, and completely ended the abyss invasion. Possess battlefield assistance and control capabilities, with a range of about 80,000 meters in diameter. Established a good relationship with the Elf Royal Court and was valued by the Elves. His own level is 50, but the average attribute is close to that of a first-turn sublimation strongman, and the strength attribute is even higher. Yang Yu personally evaluated, candidate for the King of Heaven. Ha! The commander exhaled a long puff of thick smoke, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and lit another one casually. Do you think the King of Heaven will be affected by the illusion? The commander glanced at everyone dimly, and everyone looked at each other. Although they also wanted to say that Yang Yu, you are wrong. But who is the King of Heaven? That is a person who has actually raised his own strength to the top through sublimation. If such a person could be trapped by illusion, then the South City camp would have fallen long ago. But in fact, they knew from the reports from the front line that the crisis in South City had indeed been resolved. But it was precisely because of this that they found it difficult to accept. A newcomer. It has only been a month since he awakened, and he has already achieved such a perverted record. Then, with so many strong men in Sha country before, Hong Yu's experience in more than a year has been wasted. At Chen Yu's stage, the 4 heavenly kings were still following the old principle to grind the secret realm. Beat the incarnation of the ancient dragon of the abyss. Don't even dare to think about it. Yang Yu said that he had arranged for Chen Yu to take another test, and asked him to report his own attributes truthfully. Because he had entered the sight of the country's top leaders, Chen Yu did not hide at this time. Only when the country knows the exact situation can it better assist Chen Yu in subsequent upgrades. Because of Yang Yu's relationship, Chen Yu's personal intelligence level was also classified as top secret. The commander was the only person present who could see Chen Yu's information. But he just took a look and turned off the screen. Because he felt a little depressed. Level 50, 500,000 strength attribute. The commander himself is a level 90 professional strongman, and his own strength is only 80,000. He is a warrior profession. Strength and physique are the main attributes. If he meets Chen Yu, he will probably get a slap from him. Decent. Monster. After a long time, the commander gave a mixed evaluation. Others heard it and nodded in agreement. They knew that in the near future, the name Chen Shui would begin to spread among the upper echelons of the country. A bright new star will rise at a speed they cannot understand. To reach this level in 1 month, they think that Chen Yu may become a king in a year. It won't even take a month, 3 months, half a year. As expected, knowing too much about geniuses will only disturb one's own Dao heart. Everyone tacitly put out their cigarettes, packed up and left the meeting room. What to do next? The sea is peaceful and the river is clear. Even if the sky falls, it will not be their turn. Only the commander waited until everyone left before connecting to the video conference with the capital. After the screen was turned on, he saw the scene surrounded by clouds and mist. Each elder was shrouded in clouds and mist, and the cigarette flickered in his mouth. Hey, the commander, who had sorted out his mood, leisurely enjoyed the scene in front of him. The official residence in the capital. The elders of the Elders' Council gathered in one room, and the commanders of the 5 military regions of the East, West, South, North and Center also attended the meeting remotely. Their expressions were as wonderful as those of the Southern military region before. The elder clasped his hands together, as if he had been petrified. The other elders were discussing the relevant information of Chen Yu. On the big screen, Yang Yu's face appeared there, listening to their discussion calmly and patiently. Compared to the time in the southern military region, everyone's focus was on Chen Yu's strength. Although the elders were also shocked by Chen Yu's strength. But more attention was paid to Chen Yu's relationship with the Elf Royal Court. Very good. If the Wind Elves arrive, we will be the first country in the world to establish contact with the Elves. This matter has a high strategic significance. Good boy. A newcomer trial has made such a big scene. I propose that Dong Yuli be the first in the Heavenly King seed plan. Unconditionally supply and support Chen Yu's subsequent upgrades and enhancements. Whoever makes trouble on Chen Yu's issue, I will be the first to deal with him. The elders became more and more excited, and finally even slammed the table and shouted. The elder glanced at the other party, and the other party immediately shrank his neck. Silently flicked the long ash in his hand, and stood up because of the elder. When he moved, the others immediately sat up straight. Yang Yu, I'll ask you again, are you sure? No, I've verified both the Wind Elf crown and his strength sensing. Hearing Yang Yu's reply, the elder nodded. It was not until this time that everyone saw the always calm old man smile excitedly. He put his hands on the table and glanced at everyone. I declare, promote Chen Yu to the first candidate for the Heavenly King, and unconditionally support his development. Give Chen Yu the authority equivalent to the Heavenly King except for the military. All contacts with the Elf Royal Court will be based on Chen Yu's opinion, without any doubt. Quote, whoever drags his feet or resorts to trickery in the above matters will be severely punished by the Council of Elders. The words landed with a bang. The Great Elder made clear the arrangement for Chen Yu, and the other elders expressed their support. Those who can become elders certainly have their own power backgrounds and public and private disputes. But their ability to distinguish powerful people is absolutely first class. They deeply understand that only by consolidating the foundation for development can the upper level be more stable. At present, Chen Yu is not only outstanding in strength, but also in talent. He can establish a connection with the Elf Royal Court, and this alone is enough to make Sha rise in the world. As long as Sha can have a stable exchange of interests with the Elf Royal Court, the level of professionals in the country will be helped. Before, Sha suspected that Euro, Beauty, Rakshasa and other countries had secretly established connections with the forces of the New World. The development of those countries is a bit too fast to be believed. If it weren't for the fact that the people on Sha's side were strong enough, they would have fallen behind. But even so, the number of sublimated professionals is the least among the above countries. Sha itself has a large number of myths and relics. These secrets are coveted by foreign forces, and they have been seeking joint development. Sha has been under pressure, but due to insufficient strength, it was finally forced to open up. However, forces such as Beauty did not give up and have been hoping to expand their participation. If Sha forms an alliance with the Elf Royal Court, they will get another extremely important way to develop. At least many natural professions will usher in a new spring. For example, the Druid profession can be directly upgraded to A level. Because its sublimation method has been solved, it is no longer a profession without a future. Xiaoguo can also improve itself by going to the Elf Royal Court or training in the Elf Force. The various benefits and prospects are enough to make people tremble just thinking about them. And all of this is tied to a young man, at this juncture, who dares to play tricks with Chen Yu and back him up. Chen Yu doesn't even need to do anything, the elders of the Elder Council can strangle him to death. Yuan Yu nodded with satisfaction after hearing the Elder Council's statement. At present, the 4 kings, except for him, are in other secret realms and new worlds. However, this does not affect the Elder Council's arrangement of Chen Yu's status. The record is there, the strength is there, and the relationship is there. The other kings will not object when they come back. If someone really objects, then everyone has to figure out what you mean. Is he in Cao's camp but his heart is with Han? The resolution of the elders' meeting was quickly implemented. In order to protect Chen Yu as much as possible, so that he would not be harassed and plotted against by foreign forces. All these decisions were made in secret. Chen Yu only met with the elders through video later. The solemn and dignified elders, who could only be seen on TV in the past, treated him like a grandson. Every face was full of smiles, and they wanted to open their hearts with him. In addition, several elders have already notified their younger generations to find ways to get close to Chen Yu. Chen Yu's development plan is currently in charge of Yang Yu. But the specific executor is the old president who stayed at Nanchang University. As the original leader of the 4 heavenly kings, everyone recognized the old president's teaching ability. When the video call ended, the atmosphere in the office became relaxed. The elders happily smoked and drank tea, looking forward to a better life in the future. After a while of chatting, someone suddenly looked at the elder next to him. "Old Li, your niece is going to transfer to Nanchang University." "Why, she is the vice president of Jingcheng University. It's not right for her to work at Nanchang University." Tisk tisk tisk, you may have other intentions. The other elders smiled teasingly when they heard this. "I remember your niece is 32 this year, around older, right?" "Oh, who can say for sure about things like fate?" Elder Li smiled coldly, not caring at all. Seeing him like this, the elders present shook their heads with a smile, but they all took out their mobile phones tacitly. The elder sitting in the first seat put his hands under the table. He had been holding his mobile phone and operating it there. At this time, a text message came silently on the mobile phone screen. "The lady has set off for Nanchang." Seeing this text message, the elder smiled slightly and put away his mobile phone. This precious daughter of his family is called the flower of the capital. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also talented. After awakening his professional ability, he embarked on the road of becoming a strong man early on, and was among the top 10 strong men in Sha country. He has the ability, and the appearance. Because of his professional awakening, his figure is also first class. "You old men, what can you do to fight me?" The elder looked down on the other elders in his heart, picked up the water cup in front of him, and left silently. Jingcheng University. The atmosphere in the principal's office of the first university in Sha country was quite depressing at this time. The principal of Jingcheng University sat on a chair with a dark face. There were several applications in front of him. All of them were about job transfers, and even withdrawals. The applicants ranged from vice presidents to outstanding students, all of whom were descendants of the top circles in Sha country. If these applications are approved, it is a bit exaggerated to say that half of Jingcheng University will collapse, and 1/3 will collapse. President, Vice President Li has left after submitting his application. Those students seem to have returned to the dormitory to pack their things and left one after another. The secretary of the principal next to him said cautiously. The vice presidents sitting opposite were quiet and dared not speak. 2 of them were in competition with Vice President Li, so they should be happy at this time. But his face was frowning, and his eyes were rolling. "How can this be absurd? What do you think I am here? Is it necessary to apply for transfer and transfer to another school without approval from the school?" These few people dropped out directly. After hearing the secretary's report, the principal stood up. He opened his mouth and spit out angrily, his face flushed. He has been the president of Jingcheng University for many years and has also held a position in the Ministry of Education. He immediately picked up his mobile phone and called the Ministry of Education. As a result, As soon as he mentioned the transfer, the other party directly replied that they had approved it. The principal almost choked to death, his lips trembled several times, and he couldn't speak. After hanging up the phone, the principal stared at everyone present with red eyes. Investigate. Use all your connections to investigate. What happened? The cicadas are aware of the autumn wind before it moves. The principal suddenly realized that these students had received some news. The others were also shocked when they heard it, and they all made calls. However, things are different now. All matters about Chen Yu are now the top priority, and the confidentiality level is also. Let them inquire, but they can only get vague results. They only know that there is an amazing newcomer in Nanchang University. He has won the favor of the king and has a bright and far-reaching future. After hearing this, the principal just sneered, "Good money, good. What a promising newcomer, is it worth it for all the second generation to rush over to him?" He returned to his office, turned on his computer and started typing. The vice presidents followed curiously, but saw that the president was actually writing a transfer application. The vice presidents' faces turned black and they almost couldn't help complaining. In the end, the secretary had no choice but to open the documents in his hand and explain to his own president. "President, the president of Nanchang University is Huang Chang. The administrative order for him to serve as the president of Nanchang University was specially approved by the Presbyterian Church. In the original appointment terms, there was a clause listed at the end, which said, lifelong system." Quote. The principal who was typing froze when he heard this, and looked at the secretary with a sullen face. The western border of Sha country. On the top of the continuous snow-capped mountains, two streams of light appeared in a camp. There was a biting cold wind everywhere, mixed with snowflakes, and it could not be seen at a distance of 10 meters. But the two people who appeared ignored the influence of the wind and snow. One of them was middle-aged and the other was young. The middle-aged man's square face was full of pride and complacency. He stretched out his hand and pressed it, and the wind and snow were suppressed. After the wind and snow stopped, a bungalow was seen nearby. It was the management office of this secret camp. In theory, someone should come out to greet him, because the square-faced man was one of the 4 kings of Sha country. Li Yu, known as the Iron Wall King. But the bungalow was still quiet, which made Li Yu a little confused. But he was in a good mood at the moment, and he didn't care about these things, just thinking that the people inside didn't know how to eat. "Xiaohui, you have completed the secret well this time." Quote. After 3 months of awakening, you are at level 60 and can fight 10 levels higher. When I upload your information, you will definitely be the first candidate for the king, no doubt. Li Yu patted the young man's shoulder behind him, and took out the device to start inputting information. Although the young man said that uncle was exaggerating, he could not hide the pride on his face. The 4 heavenly kings of Sha country. Although there are fewer people, they have all won victories in battles with strong men of the same level. Among them, Li Yu awakened a warrior, one of the main professions. Later, he focused on developing the direction of weapon warriors and grew up through bloody battles. Finally, after a sublimation, his profession was sublimated into a weapon master. He has a passive skill, the Heart of Weapons, which increases the power of the weapon by 200% after the fixed life. Sha country specially conquered a secret realm for him and brought back a legendary weapon. After Li Yu got it, he went directly to the southwest border of Sha country and swept around, sweeping the 3 sublimated strong men of the Kingdom of India. It was also with the record of that battle that Li Yu was considered the first king of Sha country. With such outstanding strength and record, he naturally cared about the candidate seeds he selected. Coincidentally, a genius seed appeared in the descendants of the Li family. Awakening the S-level profession Sword Soul Warrior. Anyone who can be listed as an S-level profession has a unique prefix. Sword Soul Warriors can use their own souls to breed a unique soul sword. Soul swords can increase the strength of professionals and can also continue to grow. This made Li Yu overjoyed. After personally testing his juniors, he selected them as candidates for the king. And this young man named Leeway did not disappoint Li Yu. According to the training plan formulated by Li Yu, he continued to fight in various secret realms and grew rapidly. But his information has not been uploaded and updated. Because Leeway told Li Yu that when he wanted to grow to the first place, he would officially upload his own record. He wanted to become the first person in the contemporary era directly. Then he led all his peers to grow with an invincible attitude. Such a heroic spirit naturally made Li Yu admire it. Now they have finally broken through the last secret realm of the plan, and Leeway is already level 60. Li Yu can check the national professional database, so he naturally knows that there is no one of his peers with a higher level than him. Moreover, Leeway is not only of high level, but also has better practical ability. Ordinary professions, even monster bosses, can fight 10 levels higher. Leeway actually already has the combat power of a military general. Even if he is placed in the professional association, he can serve as a senior deacon. So after confirming with Leeway this time, he began to upload his information to the database. I am the first among the first generation of kings. You will also be the first among the next generation of kings. Our Li family is a monument that Sha country professionals cannot cross. Li Yu said complacently while clicking upload. In the new era, the Li family didn't know if the ancestral graves were smoking, and these two monsters were born. Being able to occupy the first position, you have more than just a reputation. At the same time, 840 also has the country's unremitting support and assistance. Li Yu deeply understands how much a country's strong support can bring to a person. If he hadn't had the support of Sha country at the beginning, he wouldn't have been able to sublimate so quickly. Which of the old principal and others was not stronger than them at the beginning? But in order to help them grow, everyone was willing to serve as an auxiliary. The old principal's poisoning is just a microcosm, and many martyrs have fallen forever in the new world and the secret realm. Leeway couldn't help but get close to the tablet at this moment, wanting to see his data ranking. The database that Li Yu opened belongs to the National First Level Database. The people registered in it are all the people who are the focus of national attention. It is completely different from the database facing the society. Watching the progress bar reach 100%, the screen in front of him refreshed. Li Yu directly checked the candidate seed option in the screening conditions. This option requires that the age cannot exceed 25, and the comprehensive strength cannot be lower than the average of 40,000 in the 5 dimensions. Li Hui's name instantly appeared at the top of the screen. But the expressions of Li Yu and Leeway froze directly. Candidate number 1, Chen Yu, Druid, 20 years old, LV 50, 5-dimensional average 115709. Candidate No 2, Leeway, Sword Soul Warrior, 20 years old, LV 60, 5-dimensional average 61,125. Candidate number 3, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Which lunatic entered the data? An average of 110,000 in the 5 dimensions. That's the data only available at level 99 in sublimation. Excited, Li Yu almost crushed the tablet in his hand. Leeway next to him also looked incredulous. Under the guidance of his uncle, he followed the perverted training plan step by step. I don't know how many military strongmen shook their heads and waved their hands after reading those training plans. Of the people who tried the training plan with him at the beginning, he was the only one left. 1 in 10,000 can't describe him. After the results came out, there was another pervert ahead of him. Li Yu clicked on Chen Yu's information with a look of disbelief. As the king of Sha, he naturally has the highest authority. When he saw Chen Yu's detailed data and record, even though he was always strong, he was silent at this time. Abyss boss kill count ×1. Super large-scale battlefield support and spellcasting ability, area in units of 10,000. Super strong single-unit combat ability, the highest attribute in combat state is strength, 511,920. It has been just 1 month since awakening, level 50. The world's first druid to activate the beast soul and beast spirit. Through the rookie trial, established a connection with the elf royal court. Through the whole article, Chen Yu is not only of great individual value, but also the relationship he extends is very important. Li Yu was silent. Leeway was silent too. The two of them suddenly felt that the wind and snow on the mountain were a bit cold. Especially Leeway, who couldn't help but feel that since Yu was born, why was Liang born? He really wanted to tell Li Yu that he would catch up with Chen Yu. But how can he catch up with that 510,000 strength? When he was in the state of exploding sword soul, his strength was only 150,000. Not to mention that from the information, Chen Yu is all-powerful in spells and melee. He can fight, resist, cast spells, and assist, which is perfect. Leeway wanted to ask his uncle, isn't that called Chen Yu, but actually called the Emperor of Heaven? His 6 months of hard work is nothing compared to Chen Yu's 1 month of hard work. Looking back at the direction from when he came out, that was the entrance to the secret realm. Leeway thought, if he let Chen Yu in, would he be able to walk sideways? Experience. Experience what? The boss he fought fiercely in there, the strongest attribute was only 300,000. At this moment, Leeway deeply realized what it meant to be desperate to dominate a generation. The only difference from what he thought before was that this person who dominated a generation was not him. If you can see the peak of the mountain in front of you, then you will not lose the courage to climb. But if you can't even see the top of the mountain, then you will just take a detour. It's okay, the competitors of this kind of person should be the kings. When he reaches the level of the king, the pressure will be on the kings. And me, I will still be the first in the contemporary era. Leeway changed his mentality with an extremely subtle operation. Then he looked at his uncle with an intriguing look. Feeling his nephew's eyes, Liu couldn't help but twitch his lips. But he didn't say anything, because at this moment, he actually felt pressure. Where did this monster come from? I haven't been the #1 king for long. Liu lost his mood, put away the tablet and returned to the barracks with Leeway. The two of them explained to the people who stayed behind, and then went back home through the teleportation array. Then, without prior agreement, both the big one and the small one went to the training room and quietly started new extra training. As for the candidate for the King of Heaven, let it go. Not only Liu, many senior officials and top professionals in Sha country have seen Chen Yu's information. Chen Yu and Leeway are the cliff-like existence among the seeds of hope in the contemporary era. It's just that there is a cliff between the first and the second. All the young people who saw this ranking silently blocked Chen Yu. In this case, Leeway inexplicably got what he wanted and became the target of his peers. And those big guys were shocked by Chen Yu who suddenly appeared. However, when they wanted to search for Chen Yu's information, they all received warnings from the country. Without Yang Yu's permission or the permission of the Elders' Council, all institutions are strictly prohibited from contacting Chen Yu without authorization. Except for peers, these people are like human traffickers in the eyes of the country. Some people did not give up and wanted to do some small tricks secretly. But within half a day, they were taken away directly at the door, and they couldn't even resist. With Chen Yu as the center, within a radius of 100 miles, the country has made multiple arrangements. At this time, Chen Yu, led by the old principal, came to a secret place. Now he no longer has to think about going to school. The improvement of mental attributes also has the ability to optimize the brain. Compared with ordinary people, AJFH professionals have a different learning ability. They can finish those courses in just 1 month. And if they don't want to study further, it's over. Chen Yu naturally doesn't think that I will continue to go to college. As the person who trained the kings back then, the old principal has an extremely rich experience. Letting him lead the team, Yang Yu is also very relieved. After all, Yang Yu's ability to train people may not be as good as the old principal. This has nothing to do with strength, it's purely the ability to teach. This is a mythical secret place. West Mountain Ghost Cave. It was formed after the power of the New World invaded and integrated the ancient legends of this place. There have been legends of ghosts and monsters in the West Mountain of Sha Kingdom since ancient times. Chen Yu looked at the land under his feet. The place where he was now was called Fengdu. You can see continuous mountains in front of you, and the most majestic one is called Taishan. It is related to ancient times. That is the territory of Emperor Nongdu. All the dead souls and ghosts in the world must register here after death and then be distributed. I didn't expect that this place was also assimilated by the power of the New World. Sha Kingdom has blocked all mythical secret places. I saw the process of your battle with the demon ape. The demon ape said that you have power in vain, and it is actually right. Quote. The old principal walked in front with his hands behind his back, and Chen Yu followed with his hands in his pockets. The soldiers guarding along the way saluted one after another, their eyes full of awe and curiosity. The awe was because they knew the identity of the old principal, who had spent most of his time training here. The curiosity was because of Chen Yu, who was following the old principal. The Ghost Cave camp had been notified long ago, and martial law would be implemented next. Except for the old principal and the people he brought, everyone else must be diverted. This order covers a wide range. Even if you are a general, you must be diverted. Without the permission of the old principal or Chen Yu, others are strictly prohibited from contacting them. So everyone was curious, but no one dared to come up without permission. The old principal took Chen Yu step by step to the core of Fengdu City. Chen Yu walked and looked around, and he had a good understanding of the secret realm of Qishan Ghost Cave. As a mythical secret realm, Qishan Ghost Cave has a large scope. Including Taishan, it covers an area of more than 1,500 square kilometers. The entire secret realm is divided into 9 levels. Shogwo has only conquered the 5th level, and no one has been able to pass the 6th level. Therefore, Shogwo has deployed a legion here to specifically guard it. The monsters that appear in the first 5 levels of Qishan Ghost Cave are basically ghosts. These ghosts have been integrated with local stone figurines and evolved into various forms. Big Knife Ghost, level 40, uses a big knife to fight, likes to form a formation. Slice Knife Ghost, level 40, uses a thin knife, good at individual combat. Blood Monster, level 40, can absorb attacks to strengthen its own work. Yaksha, level 50. Shira, level 50. Gentex. There are many types of ghosts. There are nearly 30 types of ghosts that have been discovered in the first 5 layers alone. Many of them are rated as being extremely good at martial arts. The purpose of the old principal bringing Chen Yu here is to fight with these ghosts, so as to learn and improve his own fighting ability. To him, those ghosts are equivalent to a group of martial arts masters. Training and growth in actual combat is the best way. Although I am an elemental mage, but my fighting style is mainly melee, and I am jokingly called a melee mage. 80% of my fighting skills were learned here. The old principal brought Chen Yu to a gatehouse and said with a smile. The gatehouse is made of stone, and its black and gray mottled appearance is full of historical charm. Standing here, the prisoner will feel a chill for no reason. The entrance to the secret realm of Qishan Ghost Cave is here. Chen Yu moved his neck and made a crisp sound. With the help of the country, his several beast souls have been fully restored. The beast spirit of the Emperor Ape Beetle is even more eager to try, and he can't wait for Chen Yu to enter the secret realm and start fighting. Hearing the old principal's words, Chen Baoguan smiled. What are you waiting for, Principal? I'm counting on you to lead me. Hehe, go in. The old principal activated a team card, allowing himself and Chen Yu to enter the team mode to prevent them from getting separated after entering. Light appeared under the 2 men's feet, and then disappeared under the gate. After they entered, a troop immediately guarded the gate. At the same time, Qishan Ghost Cave stopped all outsiders from entering. Fortunately, there were few people coming and going in the mythical secret realm, so it did not cause any accidents. Chen Yu's eyes flashed. He had come to a place full of black and gray fog. Here, the earth is black soil, Waikong is gray way. The longest range of vision is no more than 100 meters, and occasionally you can see withered dead trees and purple pools. The old principal was next to Chen Yu, and at this time he took out a bunch of ring-shaped equipment from the space equipment. Binding Ring. Evaluation B level. Wearing it will suppress the specified attribute, no more than 5%. When the binding ring is subjected to the limit, it will automatically break, and the suppression attribute is at least 2. There are at least hundreds of binding rings on the ground. Chen Yu roughly counted them. Your strength is too outrageous. If you are allowed to fight like this, it will all be a matter of using force to defeat skill, which is meaningless. Don't change your form first, just fight with your true body. 1 ring 5% first suppress the strength to about 100,000. Quote. Chen Yu's original strength is 170,640. To suppress it to 30,000, he needs to wear 16. 19 binding rings, 95% of them are sealed, and the remaining 8,532. One arm has almost 10, just like practicing iron wire fist. But Chen Yu did not refuse. According to the old principal's instructions, he suppressed his attributes one by one. It sounds great to break all laws with one force, but that's because he didn't meet an opponent of the same strength. Once he can't kill the opponent instantly, and the opponent has a wealth of spells and skills. Then he will degenerate into a super soldier, and it's not surprising to be killed by kites. Just like the wind ape at the beginning, he was no match at all at the beginning. If it wasn't for the strengthening after the sacrifice, he probably wouldn't be able to pass that level. What should I do next, Min? If you want to bring out your full strength, skills are indispensable. Skills can make up for the lack of skills to a certain extent. But that is far from enough. Remember the battle with the wind ape. The old principal rolled up his sleeves, and streams of green wind surrounded him. When he stimulated his own energy, there were rustling sounds in the distant maze. I saw a group of monsters with gray skin, green faces and fangs rushing towards this side. Each monster carried a big knife, and there were also a few holding blades. Big Knife Ghost, LV40 attributes: Strength 8000, Agility 5000, Constitution 600, Spirit 3000, Will 3000. Extremely good at broadsword skills, fighting every day, evolving by devouring other monsters. Skills: Continuous Slash, Jump Slash. Sword Ghost, LV40. Attributes: Strength 6000, Agility 8000, Constitution 4000, Spirit 3500, Will 2000. Extremely good at broadsword skills, fighting every day, evolving by devouring other ghosts. Skills: Ring Cutting, Stabbing. Chen Yu used the identification technique to check the information of the monsters that appeared. The strength of these monsters themselves is considered normal, and there is nothing special about them. But it is worth the attention of Xiaoguo and the old principal. There must be something strange. If Chen Yu did not suppress his attributes, he would have passed the first level by just rushing forward. Even the boss on the first level could not jump in front of the 500,000 strength attribute. The old principal took off his coat and walked over Chen Yu. Look, how to fight here to learn something. Quote, the old principal, who was only wearing a shirt, looked thin and weak. But the wind around him became more powerful as he moved forward. Seeing the old principal getting closer and closer to the monsters, Chen Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. Isn't the elemental mage a long-range profession? Principal, why are you walking so far forward? At this time, Chen Yu remembered that the old principal said he was called a battle mage. Ha! The old principal shouted, and the surrounding green wind suddenly shrank and stuck to his body. The three big knife ghosts had already swung their big knives and directly jumped and chopped over with a skill. However, the old principal's body just shook, and he actually avoided the attack of the three big knives. The next moment, he appeared in front of the big knife ghost. The big knife is a weapon that is good for medium-range attacks. Once someone gets close to him, he will fall into a disadvantage because of his heavy weight. The old principal's agility exceeds Chen Yu's expectations. Just when he thought the old principal would deal with the three big knife ghosts neatly, suddenly, two figures flashed by, and it turned out to be two knife ghosts who arrived in time. The knife ghost held a thin blade knife with a length of 1.2 meters, and the cold light was overflowing. It perfectly made up for the defensive flaws of the big knife ghost during the attack. The two knives flashed continuously, and several knives were chopped out in an instant. At the same time, the big knife ghost put away the knife and retreated, swinging it in a circle and slashing again. It was the first time that Chen Yu saw different monsters being able to form a coordinated battle. And whether it was a big knife ghost or a knife ghost, the skills were performed naturally. When professionals release skills, most of them will have a pause time. The pause time of masters is less, and the pause time of weak ones is much more obvious. In the past, Chen Yu thought it was not a big problem, as long as the skills could be used. But now there are two ghosts as a comparison, and it suddenly feels that the disadvantages are too great. When masters fight, the victory or defeat is only a matter of seconds. You have to wait for half a second before you make a killing move, but the other party can directly attack and KO with a single stroke. 5 monsters besieged the old principal, and the swords flashed in all directions. But Chen Yu found that the old principal was still at ease. Stepping on the flowing wind, with the help of the wind element, he became more flexible. He also covered himself with wind, and when there was an attack on his body, he could always react one step faster. If you really can't avoid it, you can use the simple Wind Blade skill to resist and resolve it. The Wind Blade skill is a first-level spell of the mage, which belongs to the early stage skill. But when it is used on the old principle, it is like the energy in martial arts novels. Chen Yu couldn't help shouting 666. The battle lasted for nearly half an hour. In order to let Chen Yu see clearly and carefully, the old principle kept delaying the 5 monsters to fight. When it was finally resolved, it was just a ball of wind blades that easily killed the opponent. I learned all these skills by fighting the monsters in the ghost cave of Qishan. 2 of the 4 kings have practiced hard here. The military and the special teams of the association will also conduct regular training here. The energy of experience is distributed into the body. The old principle released a wind ball, which exploded with a sharp whistle. There was a rustling sound behind the fog in the distance, and new monsters were attracted. Then the old principle waved his hand and several green streams of wind fell on Chen Yu. Next, you have to fight. Fight continuously and learn how the ghosts attack in the battle. Integrate your skills, your strength, and everything about you into yourself. Everyone has his own fighting style. Forget the restraint ring on you, I will protect you at the critical moment. Fight to your heart's content. Let me see your comprehension. After the old principle said that, he stretched out his foot and floated to the back as light as a feather. The fog was torn apart, and groups of big knife ghosts and flat knife ghosts rushed out. Chen Yu roughly counted and found that there were at least more than 30 of them. But he was not afraid at all, instead he rushed forward excitedly. Here, the old principle turned himself from a mage into a warrior. The wind element skills were displayed in his hands with ease. What about his own style? Chen Yu did not learn many professional skills at all, and the battle depended on transformation. He also used the transformed beast soul skills. But this was not a problem. Bang! Chen Yu punched and smashed the big knife of a big knife ghost. His strong physique made him like a weapon. But the next second, 3 or 4 knives chopped on his body, making a muffled sound. The old principle couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But Chen Yu didn't care at all. After rushing into the ghost group, he completely let himself go and started fighting. The old principle took out a recliner and sat on it leisurely. He had seen many people who came to the ghost cave for training and was very experienced. Everyone seemed a little deliberate at the beginning, but after a long time, they could always understand something. Chen Yu is now a treasure of Sha country, and his future expectations are greater than those of the king. In the eyes of the old principle, he is a piece of unpolished jade. If he can't remove the miscellaneous shells and stone skin outside this unpolished jade, he will be unwilling. The fastest person to understand in Qishan Ghost Cave is Li Yu. But that is related to the characteristics of Li Yu's profession. I don't know how long it will take for you, Chen Kid, to understand. The release of skills is tempered into an instinctive effect, and the release of skills is between the hands. It's easy to say, but it's not easy to do. At the beginning, Li Yu spent 3 days on the first level and mastered this skill. To this day, many people are still studying the connection between the release of skills and professional energy. There is a kind of energy in the body of the professional, and the skills are to guide this energy out according to the law of characteristics. Therefore, there will be a certain pause time when the skill is released. The more powerful the skill, the longer the pause time, because it takes time for energy to travel. Why is the Qishan Ghost Cave suitable for training? It is because the skills of the ghosts and monsters here are like instinctive martial arts. Through observation and learning, you can control your own energy to flow. The reason why the old principle did not personally guide Chen Yu is because the energy and skills of each profession are different. Going up to fight directly is the best way. Anyway, with him and Chen Yu's physique, there is no threat to life on the first floor. At the same time, outside the ghost cave in Qishan, Heavenly King Li Yu also came to the camp with Leeway. Appearing with them, there was a long-haired woman in the wind. When he saw the woman appear, Li Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Because the long-haired woman was the daughter of the elder, Shu He. Shu He was the youngest daughter of the elder, and she was the most favored. And Shu He's talent and ability have always attracted attention. The name of the first talented woman in the capital has almost never been lost since she was sensible. Not only is she talented, but her appearance is also top-notch. Later, the Red Moon broke out, and Shuhi also awakened his talent half a year later. Brilliant Knight, S-level profession. Good at assisting, he also has good defensive and combat capabilities, which can be called a panacea. The association has already intended to let Shuhi lead a legion alone. But Shuhi felt that he had to invest more time in the new world, so he refused. Li Heavenly King, Xiaohe, I told you not to be so polite. Shuhi saw Li Yu and bowed immediately. Li Yu waved his hand and asked her to relax. He glanced at his nephew and found that Leeway seemed very reserved. At the beginning, Li Yu also thought about taking Leeway to grow quickly, and then letting Leeway get in touch with Shuhi. But now it seems that there is a long way to go. Shuhi is too outstanding, resulting in a strong aura. Few of her peers can be relaxed in front of her, just like mice seeing a cat. In the candidate seed ranking, Shuhi is in third place. Obviously Leeway is still a step above her, but when they really meet, he seems to be several places weaker. It seems that in addition to strength, the character must also be tempered. Li Yu said secretly in his heart. Just as he was about to ask Shuhi what he was doing in the Qishan Ghost Cave, he saw a military man walking quickly not far away. Meet Li Tianwang, meet Miss Shu. The secret realm of the Qishan Ghost Cave is temporarily closed, and no one is allowed to enter in the near future. Li Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Shuhi looked as if he had known about it for a long time. Wang Xiao brought Chen Yu to the West Mountain Ghost Cave for training. In order to ensure that no one disturbs, the West Mountain Ghost Cave is temporarily closed. The military personnel saw Li Tianwang's doubts and immediately explained. When they heard Chen Yu's name, Li Yu and Leeway were a little surprised. Especially Leeway, who was even more shocked. With an uncle like Li Yu, he naturally knew the magic of the Shock Kingdom's mythical secret realm. And under Li Yu's hand-in-hand guidance, he went through a series of hard training and finally came to the West Mountain Ghost Cave. But Chen Yu seemed to have only awakened for a month. The only secret realm he had experienced was the Danja secret realm, and the New World area he had been to was just a newcomer trial scene. Then he went straight to the intensity. Li Wei couldn't help looking at Li Yu, and the meaning in his eyes was that I was so late, is it necessary? Li Yu rolled his eyes at Li Wei unhappily. After he went back, he had carefully checked Chen Yu's information. It must be said that Chen Yu's performance is indeed worthy of such attention from the country. Moreover, with Chen Yu's strength and attributes, there is absolutely no problem coming to the West Mountain Ghost Cave. At least the first 4 levels are not difficult. Even if it is just a pure beating, as long as it is beaten enough, you can also comprehend something. I just don't know how long Chen Yu will need to spend here. After all, Li Hui's time is also precious. If he has to wait too long, then he will have to find another secret realm and find a way to replace it. Thinking of this, Li Yu suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Shuhi next to him. Xiaohe, are you here to find Chen Yu too? Yes, I want to confirm his ability. Then, I have a mission in the New World and need a partner. Shuhi said generously. The exploration of the New World has always been the top priority of all countries. The reason why Shuhi was unwilling to lead the Legion was because she was also quite effective in exploring the New World. In fact, she had already become a minister of a well-known organization. During this period, the organization gave her a mission. If she could pass this mission, Shuhi's status would be further improved. At that time, the help she brought to Xiaoguo would be greater. However, this mission delayed Shuhi for a long time, and she could no longer complete it with her own ability. Because of the limitations of the mission, Shuhi could only find people of similar age to cooperate. But before this, she was the most outstanding young person in Xiaoguo. There were not many people who could be favored by her. Ahem, maybe I can help you complete the mission first. Li Wei next to him stood up and introduced himself calmly. When he said that he was the second candidate now, his chest couldn't help but straighten up. As expected, Shuhi's eyes lit up when he heard this. In that case, let's compete directly in the martial arts arena here. Let me confirm your strength first. Shuhi is also a straightforward person, and immediately asked Leeway to go to the martial arts arena with her. Since the words were out, Leeway would naturally not refuse, so he said goodbye to Li Yu and followed him. Li Yu had no interest in watching this kind of competition between young people. He went straight to the entrance of the Qishan Ghost Cave. He found that this place had been tightly blocked by the Qishan Legion. He called the person in charge of guarding and asked about the situation of the old principal and Chen Yu. They have just been in for 2 days. Only 2 days, then at least a few more days. Li Yu's record of 3 days of comprehension has never been broken since then. This is also one of his pride. Although Chen Yu is very strong, he is a druid after all. Li Yu doesn't think Chen Yu can be faster than him. Hearing that he has only been in for 2 days, he wants to go home and go to other secret realms first. As a result, a will-o'-the-wisp suddenly lit up on the stone archway. Seeing the appearance of this will-o'-the-wisp, Ji Yu's words were stuck in his throat. There are 9 levels in the Qishan Ghost Cave. Every time a boss on a level is killed, a will-o'-the-wisp will light up on the stone archway. And Chen Yu and the old principal came here to hone their skills. They would not go to the boss on the first level for nothing. Since the will-o'-the-wisp is now lit, it proves that Chen Yu has completed the comprehension of the first level and wants to enter the second level. He looked at the head of the core next to him and grabbed his arm. 2 days. To be exact, it's 40 hours. The head of the core reported the exact time with a look of admiration. And Li Yu also fell into silence, and began to think about the pressure he might face in the future. The position of the first king has not been sitting for long, is it going to be down? Ghost Cave Secret Realm, first level. A huge ghost fell to the ground with a bang. You killed the big knife Ghost King. You got the Ghost Cave Pass ×1. You got the skill book Big Leap / ×1. You got Soul Fire ×10. Chen Yu stored up the absorbed experience energy, and at the same time reached out to collect the 10 ghost fires floating in front of him. As for the Ghost King's body, including the big knife that fell, they were all collected by the old principal. Chen Yu also handed the skill book to the old principal. Anyway, after returning, the principal will naturally help him convert it into a contribution. There are 2 bosses on the first floor, namely the Big Knife Ghost King and the Slice Knife Ghost King. One appears at a time, and it will be refreshed 24 hours after death. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.